officers shot. I need units just to monitor the area. We had 2 officers shot.
That's scanner audio from Broadcastify. The officers are in a gang unit. We're in plain clothes doing an investigation last night at an apartment building. They're stable and expected to survive. Police want anyone who knows anything to come forward to help find the gunman. This the day after an Oklahoma officer was killed at a traffic stop by a driver who ran. That driver was injured in a shootout. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
39 degrees, cloudy skies, winds north at 8. It's 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. State police say no victims have been found after gunshots were fired on the Ike on Chicago's west side. Witnesses saw people in 2 vehicles heading east on the Eisenhower shooting at each other yesterday afternoon at Kedzie. All inbound lanes were temporarily closed for hours while authorities investigated. Federal officials say an immigration agent in Chicago shot and wounded a man trying to make an arrest. ICE officials say the special agent was attempting to arrest a young man when a second individual, that young man's father, pointed a weapon at agents. ICE officials then say the special agent fired his weapon, shooting and injuring the second individual. Mayor Rahm Emanuel says he's standing firm on Chicago's status as a sanctuary city in spite of threats by Attorney General Jeff Sessions.
We're still going to be and always will be a welcoming city, whether you're an immigrant from Poland or Pakistan, Ireland or India, or Mexico or Moldova, where my grandfather came.
In response to the Justice Department move to cut funding to cities that continue to shelter illegal immigrants, Emanuel told CNBC's Closing Bell that Chicago will remain a welcoming city. The president of the Chicago Police Union is heading to Washington this week to meet with officials of the Trump administration about big city crime. The administration is meeting with national leaders of the FOP, but the White House also asked to have local FOP President Dean Angelo join that discussion. Chicago man wanted in connection with an alleged carjacking spree has been arrested in Georgia and extradited back to the state of Illinois. Chicago police announcing that Carnell King will face 4 felony counts of aggravated vehicular hijacking with a firearm. Jurors have convicted a 48-year-old suburban Chicago man for fatally shooting his 22-year-old girlfriend 3 years ago when she tried to break off that relationship. Kane County State's Attorney's Office says jurors deliberated for 2 hours Monday before returning with a guilty verdict against Christopher Whetstone and Rachel Taylor's death. No sentencing date has been set. The Illinois Department of Public Health has rejected intractable pain and autism spectrum disorder as medical conditions that could be treated with medical cannabis. A petition to add intractable pain to the medical marijuana program was submitted in July of 2015. Loved ones are saddened following the death of retired Chicago priest Dan Millett. The Reverend passed away Sunday night at the age of 85. You may recall that Millett retired as priest of St. Margaret of Scotland on the south side in 2012 after being brutally beaten and robbed in 2011 after 2 masked men broke into the church rectory where he lived. Blackhawks blew a 4-1 lead in a 5-4 overtime loss to the Lightning in Tampa. Hawks visit the Penguins tomorrow. Bulls back in action on Thursday when they host the Cavaliers at the UC. Cactus Baseball, Indians edge the Cubs 4-3. Wilson Contreras, a pair of solo home runs in that loss. White Sox down the Dodgers 5-2. The news service of Firestone Complete Auto Care. 4,000 ASE certified technicians at Firestone Complete Auto Care can tell you if your car's got the power it needs and the traction it wants. Right now, buy a set of 4 eligible Bridgestone tires and get a $70 Bridgestone Visa prepaid car by mail. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. 5:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
How would you like to lose 10, 15, even 25 pounds in the next 30 days? Well, I'm about to tell you how you can do it for free right now. You've probably heard of Beachbody or seen their workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. Well, they just launched a beta trial of their new online video service called Beachbody On Demand, and they're inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. Now, here's the catch. In return, all they want is for you to let them know what you think of their new on-demand service so they can make it the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text the word STREAM to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, Brazil Butt Lift, or one of 500 other Beachbody workouts for free. And that means you can lose 10, 20, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Just text STREAM to 303030. That's STREAM to 303030 to get started for free right now.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Dave Geiselhart, president and owner of Home Trust Mortgage and customer of Signature Bank. When the large banks turned away from the mortgage lending industry during the financial crisis, I turned to locally owned Signature Bank. Signature Bank stepped in and helped me expand our business at a time when the larger banks wouldn't. Today, I'm proud to say Home Trust Mortgage has been able to expand our business in Illinois and the Great Lakes region. We couldn't have done that without the help of Signature Bank. Signature Bank truly helps Chicago businesses like mine grow and thrive. That's why we also became personal customers and shareholders of Signature Bank, Chicago's business bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
5:08. Let's get an update on the roads this early morning. In the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Mike. In Woodstock, 14 is shut down at Heartland Road. There's been a multi-vehicle crash involving a rollover semi. There are injuries involved. Southwest side at Marionette Park, there's heavy police activity at 117th and Holman. There's a park there. There is a manhunt going on, and officers from Chicago and Alsop are helping out there. The outbound Ryan, there's road work, 87th to the split in the two left lanes. There's work on eastbound 8094 from Kennedy Avenue all the way to I-65. It's a right lane closed till 6 this morning. Otherwise, at the moment, the expressways and tollways are clear, and traffic is a service of ADT. ADT, the security leader for over 140 years. Trust ADT to protect your home, family, and all you care about. When you have ADT security, it's more than a sign in your yard, it's a line in the sand. Visit ADT.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answers starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A mostly cloudy day today with a high 50 and turning out to be partly cloudy tonight, low 36. Sun followed by clouds tomorrow, breezy with a high 50, and a cloudy night with periods of late night rain, low 39. Breezy with periods of rain continuing for Thursday, high 45. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare, 39 along the lakefront, 38 in Lansing, and 43 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update is at 5:30. Continuous news coverage at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Military Mortgage Talk with host Tony Gatliff. Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan, and Amy is not in this morning. She is afraid that given what Attorney General Jeff Sessions had to say yesterday about sanctuary cities, that she will be targeted by ICE and deported back to Sweden. So she's on the lam. We'll see how today goes, and she'll be back. Actually, she's just a little under the weather. She should be back tomorrow when we're doing a remote. Actually, part of our AM 560 AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour will be up in Palatine. So, given that, as I alluded to, Jeff Sessions, kind of an impromptu press conference yesterday after White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer had got done fielding questions from the D.C. press corps, mainly about the the failure of the House to pass the president-supported Obamacare replacement legislation. I always confuse him for the Texas Congressman. Jeff Sessions, the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, took to the podium and had a pronouncement about sanctuary cities in this country.
Such policies cannot continue. They make our nation less safe by putting dangerous criminals back on the streets. We all remember the tragic case of Kate Steinle, the 32-year-old woman who was shot and killed 2 years ago in San Francisco as she walked along a pier with her father.
And he made no bones about it that, there are families that wouldn't be grieving today if we didn't have local units of government, like, say, the city of Chicago, the county of Cook, impeding federal law enforcement.
Countless Americans would be alive today, and countless loved ones would not be grieving today if these policies of sanctuary cities were ended. Not only do these policies endanger lives of every American, just last May, the Department of Justice Inspector General found that these policies also violate federal law.
So pretty straightforward. And so what is to be done about it? Of course, we essentially understand the issue. It's been framed and debated hotly during the 2016 presidential campaign, and frankly, well before that, maybe ratcheted up during the campaign. So what is to be done about that? You heard in Mike Scott's newscast that Chicago Mayor Tiny Dancer wants Chicago to continue to be a welcoming city. So the question is, can Chicago be a welcoming city and not be a sanctuary city? In other words, can Chicago be a welcoming city and not impede federal law enforcement, or are those two things mutually exclusive? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. So what is Jeff Sessions going to do about it from his post as Attorney General of the United States? Well, he has certain purse strings. The Department of Justice doles out billions of dollars in grant to local law enforcement, state and local units of government, and their law enforcement agencies in particular. $4 billion, I think, is the total number last year. So it's significant, and it's in the millions for Chicago. But you start with Department of Justice, and you get to other federal agencies, and all of a sudden, for a city like Chicago, it goes from millions to billions in a city that is functionally bankrupt. So it's real money, real impact, and that's why Jeff Sessions declared this.
Today, I'm urging states and local jurisdictions to comply with these federal laws, including 8 U.S.C. Section 1373. Moreover, the Department of Justice will require that jurisdictions seeking or applying for Department of Justice grants to certify compliance with 1373 as a condition of receiving those awards. This policy is entirely consistent with the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs guidance that was issued just last summer under the previous administration.
So basically, get rid of the sanctuary city designation. The Miami-Dade mayor was ahead of the learning curve. He saw this coming, and he dispatched that community's sanctuary city status, a month or so ago. And Sessions is encouraging some, I think the count was almost 200 jurisdictions throughout the United States to follow suit, or, we're going to start with removing funding and perhaps even clawing back grant money that's already been allocated for the portion of those grant dollars that have not yet been spent. And so why this pronouncement? Well, it's interesting, the timing of it, given what happened on Thursday and Friday, and, of course, the discussion that's dominating the Beltway and the nation to some extent, the failure to move Obamacare replacement legislation. So this is an opportunity for the president to try to at least turn, if not completely change the conversation to other issues. Again, you heard in Mike Scott's newscast about environmental regulations from the Obama era that are being rescinded. Now we're moving on sanctuary cities. They're telegraphing the Trump administration that they may combine tax reform with an infrastructure bill. So when President Trump said last week that it's basically do or die this week to move the Obamacare replacement legislation or we're going to move on. He meant it. He's moving on to other things. Now, that's not to say that health insurance reform is not going to continue in some form or fashion. There's a lot of things that can be run on parallel tracks, and I think that's what's happening. But it is time to pick up the pace on some other campaign promises, particularly with headlines in the news, like you had out of Maryland that we covered very early on, and now it's really bubbled up to being a story that a lot of people are aware of and starting to discuss. And there's a development in that Rockville High rape case. This is the Maryland case where you had an 18-year-old from Guatemala and a 17-year-old from El Salvador who were high school students at Rockville High in the D.C. area. And they were arrested on March 16th for raping a girl in the bathroom, a 14-year-old Rockville high school student, a 14-year-old being raped in the bathroom at the high school. We know that the 18-year-old of the two men arrested had an immigration detainer issued for him. We find out that the 18-year-old was stopped at the border and detained by ICE for 12 days, but then ICE made the discretionary decision to let him go. They put him on a plane in Texas and had his father pay for the ticket. His father subsequently picked him up at BWI Airport in D.C., Baltimore, and he's been in the country with full awareness of ICE. That's the 18-year-old, whose name I'm not going to repeat because who cares, who has been arrested as one of the individuals who raped that 14-year-old girl in the bathroom at the Maryland high school. So these stories speak to immigration law enforcement and sanctuary city designations and local units of government impeding federal law enforcement, specifically ICE, is part of that conversation of regime change, meaning legal regime change. The additional development in that Maryland story is now the 43-year-old father of that 18-year-old who's been charged with rape has been arrested after a review of his immigration history revealed he was unlawfully present in the United States from Guatemala. Two people that shouldn't be here, the 18-year-old who was on ICE's radar and detained in Texas, and rather than return him to Guatemala, they allowed him to meet his father in the D.C. area, and a 14-year-old girl is raped in a bathroom in a high school as a result. This is what people are getting weary of for all kinds of good reasons, and there's been protests at Rockville High. Frankly, it's kind of incredible. Listen to some of the people that are protesting said this about Rockville High School: was a tragedy waiting to happen and can't happen again. This is a public safety and school safety issue. It's about schools with declining academic and discipline standards, in part to accommodate other ill-conceived policies we question here today. This is one of the residents in the Rockville High School area who was out protesting the school and their handling of this matter. The flip side, the quality of the defenders. You had, of course, counter-protests saying no hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here. And one Silver Spring, Maryland resident, Joanna Silver, said, if you want to ban rape in the high schools, ban the football team. Oh, boy. Ed in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. It's a nice show you got going on today. The guy like Mayor Emanuel and the guy of New York, the mayor, they don't care about money because it's just not theirs. So you know what? When an illegal immigrant does a crime, charge them as well as an accessory. Will they be convicted? I don't know. But you know what? It's going to be a pain in the rear end for them to have federal prosecutors start asking them questions. Why do you keep you know what I mean? It'll just be an harassment for them. You know what? Something else has to be done.
Charge the politician as an accessory. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly right.
Wow.
These school boards, these presidents of these school boards that say, you know, our schools are welcome, and I think that Rockville, Maryland guy said that. Well, you know what? Charge him as an accessory. He allowed this.
Thanks for the call, Ed.
Thank you.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Weather today, mostly cloudy, high 50. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 36. Tomorrow, breezy with some sunshine giving way to clouds, high 49. Low tomorrow night, 38. Now let's check the roads with our friend Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Dan. Good morning. In Marionette Park and on the southwest side of Chicago, there's a big manhunt going on involving police from Chicago and Halsip in the area near 117th and Holman. In northwest suburban Woodstock, there's a closure of 14 at Heartland Road. Major crash there. Seeing mild delays now on the inbound side of the Ryan, I-57 to the Bishop Ford. Stevenson outbound, slow from past First Avenue to before LaGrange Road with a crash in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
If you have pain, I hope you listen up. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. You don't need to live in pain. Let me repeat that. You do not have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication and all of the side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you could be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com.
When you think about spring, what comes to mind? Baseball, tulips, spring cleaning? How about cleaning up your home? Hi, Amy Jacobson here to tell you about our good friends at CertaPro Painters. Spring has arrived, and it's a great time to focus on your exterior painting. Don't deny how ugly it is. You know, the chipping, peeling eyesore of a front porch. So do what I did and call CertaPro Painters now. 1-800-GO-CERTA or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. They really are the best in the business. They're clean, responsible, talented. They increased our property values. They're such a top-notch company. They've been around for 25 years and counting. So do what I did and experience the CertaPro difference. 1-800-GO-CERTA or CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My water heater broke down.
Sorry, but your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover water heater breakdowns.
So what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my water heater?
I'm afraid not.
But his water heater could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus components of 20 other major home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. Home insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Life happens. Have a plan. Get a home warranty from American Home Shield. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. That's 1-800-300-2127. 1-800-300-2127.
Folks, how much is great service, low closing costs, and competitive interest rates worth to you? At Townstone Financial, it's priceless. Hi, Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
Anyone who wants a wonderful experience and they're seeking a refi mortgage or just original mortgage, go with Townstone because they are very, very exceptional with their service. The quality of the people is great. My expense for the loan and my payments per month are much less than anybody else who I had talked to.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Let not your heart be troubled. Listen to me, Sean Hannity. I'll have the latest news and what it all means for you. It's coming up at 2 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan. And Amy is a little under the weather this morning. She'll be back tomorrow, hopefully, if she's feeling a little bit better. We're talking about what Jeff Sessions had to say about, at least for the Department of Justice's part, starting to defund sanctuary cities. Text from 773, it's like global warming morphed into climate change. Sanctuary city morphs into welcoming. Libs change the language when they're losing the argument. Yeah, I think that's right. Referring to Tiny Dancer talking about Chicago not being a sanctuary city, but being a welcoming city. And that's the Orwellian term for sanctuary city. So that's right. Steve on 88, 3 words, own it, Democrats. It's interesting because they're willing to own it. They want to own it. So what does that say? I mean, in California, you have Democrats threatening California contractors who would bid on the wall construction on the southern border, threatening that they will be barred from state business if they submit or participate in any material way with the construction of a border wall on our southern border. You have people saying incredible things in response to what Jeff Sessions said yesterday. Lynn Tremonti, who's the deputy director of America's Voice Education Fund, said this: so-called sanctuary jurisdictions have lower crime rates than others, in no small part due to the trust between local law enforcement and the entire community. Sanctuary city jurisdictions have lower crime rates than others. That is not our experience in Chicago. I don't know if you've seen the data, Ms. Tremonti. And trust between local law enforcement and the entire community, also not our experience in Chicago. I can't speak to every community, but I suspect that to the extent there are sanctuary cities that have lower crime rates than, I guess, non-sanctuary designated communities, one has very little to do with the other. Speaking of Chicago, there was an incident last night, ironically, just after Jeff Sessions concluded his remarks yesterday morning. Last night there was an engagement between ICE and 2 individuals in the Belmont-Cragen neighborhood. Chicago police saying a 53-year-old man named Felix Torres was shot in his left arm at about 6:20 a.m. Yesterday morning. Spokesman for ICE and Homeland Security said agents were attempting to arrest a person when a second person pointed a weapon toward the agents, and as a result, an agent fired his gun and wounded the man. Now, of course, that is not the story that witnesses are telling, who are relatives of the man who was shot, like Carmen Torres, who told ABC News this.
They shot my dad, and we don't know why they shot him. We tried to call the ambulance. They didn't let us come out because they were pointing guns everywhere in the house.
She went on to say, my dad doesn't got no guns. Quoting her, my dad just went to see what was going on, and that's why they shot him. He just opened the door, and they shot him. So there's an investigation going on into the shooting. But here's the thing that's really instructive about this. Listen to the Chicago politicians' reaction to this case. I don't know the facts. I'm just going by ABC News' report. And I can tell you that 36th Ward Alderman Gilbert Villegas doesn't know the facts, and State Senator Omar Aquino doesn't know the facts, and 34th Ward Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa doesn't know the facts. Listen to their statements. They're treating our office, meaning the ward office, this is Gilbert Villegas, 36th Ward Alderman, they're treating our office like we're nobody. So that tells me that I have to talk to the congressmen and the senators to get some answers on the issue, but this is very alarming. ICE is treating the aldermanic office like they're nobody. This from a group of politicians who are impeding ICE's job duties. Okay, so I just want you, let's see if we can connect dots here. State Senator Omar Aquino, this gets more fascinating. Quote, I am saddened and disturbed to hear that a man was shot in the arm by ICE agents this morning in Belmont-Cragen. While it's important to wait for all the facts, he's not going to, stories like this should make everybody nervous about living in Donald Trump's America. I mean, the immigrants I represent, both documented and undocumented, should be able to contribute to our communities without worrying about government harassment, We must continue to work at the local and state level to protect the rights that are under attack at the federal level. And then 35th Ward Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa. My heart goes out to Felix Torres and the 8 members of his family terrorized by ICE's early morning guns-blazing raid. ISIS's guns-blazing raid at a Northwest Side home filled with sleeping kids is exactly why the city of Chicago should refuse to collaborate with ICE. ICE routinely violates the American people's constitutional rights. The guns-blazing ICE raid deepens my resolve to organize my community so we can keep each other safe from the threat posed by ICE. And that is a lot of fitting in the phrase guns-blazing ICE raid in 3 sentences. But here's the thing. These are people sworn to uphold the rule of law, the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Illinois. This is why you have the Chicago you have. For more on this story and many others, we're going to turn to Mike Satt now to check the headlines.
Cloudy skies, 39 degrees this morning, and a couple of Miami-Dade police officers recovering, hospitalized. They were shot overnight. Miami-Dade Police Director Juan Perez confirms 2 undercover officers with a homicide task force were shot in an ambush-style attack. President Trump is going to start rolling back the Obama administration's rules to fight climate change. The president will give an executive order today that starts a review of the Clean Power Plan. That rule limited the amount of greenhouse gases power plants could put out. Plan to put a bomb in a fake iPad is what prompted U.S. and Great Britain to ban laptops and tablets from some flights. The UK newspaper The Guardian reporting this morning that's the reason for last week's announcement that laptops and tablets would be banned on flights from 10 Middle Eastern and African airports. White House spokesman Sean Spicer suggesting health care reform is not dead after all.
There's been a lot of outreach from members of both sides with ideas, and the president's willing to listen to these individuals. And if they can come to resolution on a way forward, obviously we're willing to listen and to move forward.
GOP leaders withdrew their health insurance reform bill last Friday. The chairman of the House Intelligence Committee says he's not going to step down from the investigation into Russian interference in last year's election. Democrats are asking California Republican Devin Nunes to step aside after it was revealed he visited the White House last week before announcing what he called incidental surveillance of the Trump transition team.
I think it would be worthwhile for the chairman to recuse himself from any investigation involving either the Trump campaign or the Trump transition. He was a key member of the Trump transition team, and I think that presents an inherent conflict.
That's California Representative Adam Schiff, but presidential spokesman Sean Spicer says the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee is often cleared to view classified information on the White House grounds and has for years.
Chairman Nunes is cleared. He is the chairman of the Intelligence Committee.
Nunes said surveillance didn't have anything to do with the Russia investigation. Senior White House advisor Jared Kushner will testify voluntarily before the Senate Intelligence Committee about alleged links between the presidential campaign and Russia. The state of Michigan will shell out $87 million to repair lead water pipes by 2020 in Flint under a new settlement being agreed to. State police say no victims have been found after gunshots were fired on the Eisenhower Expressway on Chicago's west side. All inbound lanes were temporarily closed while authorities investigated. The president of the Chicago Police Union headed to Washington this week. He'll meet with officials of the Trump administration about big city crime. Jurors convict a 48-year-old suburban Chicago man for fatally shooting his 22-year-old girlfriend 3 years ago when she tried to break off their relationship. UAW workers at Caterpillar facilities in Peoria are going to have to vote again on the company's latest contract offer. Local 974 is the only union group to vote down the contract, and no one is saying why. The rest of CAT's UAW workers over the weekend approved that plan. It includes pay raises, a no-strike, no-lockout clause, and a severance package for workers at the soon-to-be-closed Aurora plant. Blackhawks blew a 4-1 lead and a 5-4 overtime loss to the Lightning. Bulls back in action Thursday. Cactus baseball. Indians edge the Cubs, and the White Sox down the Dodgers. The news service of Firestone Complete Auto Care. 4,000 ASE certified technicians at Firestone Complete Auto Care can tell you if your car's got the power it needs, the traction. Right now, buy a set of 4 eligible Bridgestone tires and get a $70 Bridgestone Visa prepaid card by mail. Whenever you drive a Firestone. 5:36 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher has a message to Republicans in Congress.
I'm trying to pace myself. I'm trying not to get too fired up over these Republicans who are pushing back and arguing and squabbling and what about this, what about that. You know, you are flirting with danger. Why don't you act like Democrats do once in a while and be unified?
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Save 25% on brake pads or shocks at participating Midas through April 2nd. See store for details. Not valid with other offers. Shop and disposal fee extra. Additional parts or services extra if needed.
Did you know that if you have mutual funds in your IRA, 401k, or investment accounts, that according to Forbes magazine, you could be paying as much as 3.17% in hidden fees every single year? 3.17% may not sound like much, but over 10 years, it's costing you 32%, whether your fund is up or down. Hi, it's Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group in Chicago and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour on AM 560. This is just one of the reasons I hate mutual funds, and you should too. You may not know this, but you have far more investment options today without the excessive fees. Learn what they are in my free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds. What you learn may shock you. To get your free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds, call 630-519-4742. There's no obligation. That's 630-519-4742.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
5:38. Let's check the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. In Woodstock, 14 remains closed at Heartland Road due to a major crash involving a semi and a minivan. The Edens is fine, Kennedy as well. Inbound Eisenhower, little heavy now from 1st Avenue to Des Plaines Avenue. Looking at 30 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound fine at 29. Inbound Stevenson, got delays from the Tri-State to past LaGrange Road. There's an outbound crash. And slow again at Cicero. 39 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 47. That crash before LaGrange Road blocking the right lane. Ryan, 19 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 20 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop 423. Tollways are fine. Traffic is a service of ADT. ADT, the security leader for over 140 years. Trust ADT to protect your home, family, and all you care about. When you have ADT security, it's more than a sign in your yard. It's a line in the sand. Visit ADT.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy, high near 50 today, partly cloudy and 36 overnight, and a high of 49 tomorrow. 42 at O'Hare, 39 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Wine Time Radio. Every Saturday at 5 p.m. on AM 560, explore the wonderful world of wine with host James Crooker and Rob Lehner.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan. And Amy is out of commission today. She's feeling a little under the weather, so we'll hopefully have her back tomorrow. College campus watch time. This time we're going to Strange Brew Land. The Mackenzie brothers, the Great White North, Canada, Hamilton, Ontario to be specific. That's the residence of McMaster University. And Jordan Peterson is a professor of psychology at the University of Toronto. He was to give a speech at McMaster University about legislation that is pending in Canada that would mandate individuals use the preferred pronouns of gender for non-binary people or be faced with prosecution, as in criminal prosecution. A new law in the country criminalizing offensive speech on the basis of gender identity. Criminalizing offensive speech. You think that can only happen in Canada? Not so sure about that. What happened with Jordan Peterson's effort to address the students at McMaster University is certainly something that we're familiar with in the United States, whether it's a provocateur like Milo Yiannopoulos or an eminent sociologist like Charles Murray. Anybody who is not compliant with the orthodoxy on campus gets the same treatment. Listen to how students greeted Professor Peterson when he entered the classroom in which he was to speak at McMaster University. So the cowbells and the drum circle and the chanting transphobic piece of, because Professor Peterson doesn't think speech that some find offensive should be criminalized. He's taken that radical position. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Be interested particularly to hear from people with kids in college or en route to college in the not-too-distant future about how they're thinking about higher education in this country 30 years after Alan Bloom wrote Closing of the American Mind, and it has, in certain circles, been shut incredibly tight, airtight, waterproof over the last 30 years. Here is McMaster at McMaster University. Some students wanted Jordan Peterson to speak, wanted to hear his case. So you do have, there's hope. There are young people on college campuses that are actually interested in hearing the arguments from both sides and coming to their own formulations. So some chanted, let him speak, in response to those that were trying to shout Professor Peterson down. And they were offered this return fire.
Let him speak! Let him speak! Let him speak! Let him speak!
Yeah, they let him speak to try and quiet down the protesters trying to shut down the event. Was greeted with F you, because that's the quality of the argument, I guess, on the other side. This is Professor Peterson just sitting in a chair. I mean, he's like this kind of very relaxed, understated academic, right? He is not the provocateur. He didn't come in on a throne carried by students like Milo would do. He's just sitting there watching this chaos unfold in front of him. Listen to, I don't know if you can make this out, but I'll tell you what he says.
And you look around and you see people in rooms who come to university to learn and are being taught that this is actually the way that you...
No speech for Jordan Peterson.
Your political
Jordan Peterson is a known transphobe with a history of denying the fundamental humanity of trans and non-binary people.
It's difficult to hear, of course, because he's being shouted down, but he basically just says, this is incredible that people think that this is how you engage in conversation. He goes on to say, this is incomprehensible to me. What he is witnessing is incomprehensible to him. He says it, and you can see the expression on his face. He's saddened by what he is witnessing because of the intolerance of those who oppose his viewpoint on Bill C-16, the criminalization of offensive speech in Canada. It's really quite something. And here's the thing. Here's what we know to be true. And this was summed up nicely in an op-ed by Crispin Sartwell in the Wall Street Journal. Crispin Sartwell is an associate professor of philosophy at Dickinson College. He's had his own run-ins with the orthodoxy on that college's campus. But he talks about what's happening on college campuses. And he writes that words have such power. The left's position is that you can essentially improve life through redefining vocabulary. That's essentially what they're doing. He writes, the belief words have such power suggests we can create a better world by re-narrating. But it also implies that we need to get control of what people say and write and hear and read. Yeah, see that connection? If you think that redefining words or using particular words So, I'm no longer a man or a woman based on the vocabulary we use about gender. If you can just change the description and you create the world, words are used to create an alternate universe rather than describe the world in which we live. The difference between those two approaches. If you can do that, then where does it lead you? It leads you to this conclusion that Sartwell draws. We need to get control of what people say, write, hear, and read. Thus, Canada criminalizing quote-unquote offensive speech. He goes on to say that truth is, for the left, the leftist postmodernists, truth is nothing but a story we will all come to accept together. A progressive story in which inequalities of race and sex and sexuality are being steadily ameliorated. He cites one of the leading figures of postmodernism on campus, Richard Rorty. Rorty's opinion about intellectuals on campus. It's doubtful whether the current critics of the universities who are called conservative intellectuals deserve this description. This is Rorty. For intellectuals are supposed to be aware of and to speak to issues of social justice. So Sartwell explains that, saying essentially, look, what he's saying is opponents of the leftist consensus in academia don't count as intellectuals because of the position they take. So that by that logic, it's defensible to eliminate such people from graduate programs, to deny them tenure, even to shout them down, as you saw happen with Professor Peterson on the campus of McMaster University in Ontario. It's all justified, as is all the other implications of saying things that are offensive to some. If you can change the world through vocabulary, you need to get control of what people say, write, hear, and read. This is the closing of the American mind and the opening up of Orwell's 1984. And again, you don't think this can happen in the United States? Not just on college campuses, but I mean, we're talking about Canada instituting this as law, not just on the in the safe spaces. Our friend David French over at National Review has a good piece, An Army of Strawmen Keeps Campus Intolerance Alive, talking about the number of universities in this country that have thrown Christian groups off campus or attempted to. More than 100 universities in the United States have either thrown Christian groups off campus or attempted to toss groups from campus on the grounds that it is impermissible discrimination for Christian groups to reserve leadership positions in their Christian group for Christians. You following this? In the name of protecting students from the Ku Klux Klan, this is an example at Vanderbilt University, the university ejected from campus student groups known mainly for playing lots of guitar, volunteering disproportionately at urban homeless shelters, and avoiding the binge-drinking hookup culture that was and is causing its own set of campus problems. The Vanderbilt University, the administrators there compared Christians, students seeking Christian leadership to segregationists from the Jim Crow South. When you redefine the vocabulary, you get to tell, well, you don't get to, but the next step is to attempt to control what people think, see, read, hear. And that's exactly what's already happening on college campuses in this country. It just hasn't been codified into law nationally like it is in Canada.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Spring is here. The birds, the bees, and seasonal allergies. The last thing you need is a pillow you're allergic to. And yes, MyPillow is hypoallergenic. A good night's sleep is so important to our health. For April, you'll receive the 50% discount on a MyPillow 4-pack. That's 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows. With MyPillow, you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need, regardless of sleep position. You'll get into deep sleep faster and stay there longer. No waking up to a stiff neck or headache. Our good friend Mike Lindell manufactures them in the good old USA. What's great is you can wash and dry your MyPillow, and of course, you'll get the 10-year warranty with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Get 50% off the 4-pack by calling 800-489-0201 and use the promo code Amy. Or visit MyPillow.com. That's 800-489-0201, promo code Amy.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. College campuses are places of quote-unquote emotional coddling and quote-unquote intellectual impoverishment, so wrote leftist New York Times columnist Frank Bruni. The student protesters couldn't look at me directly because if they had, they would have seen another human being, wrote Middlebury College professor Allison Stanger, a self-identified liberal, who suffered a concussion as a result of being assaulted by leftist students protesting the presence of eminent sociologist Dr. Charles Murray on campus. At Middlebury, Stanger was mugged by the reality, quite literally, that there is no safe space for dissent from the established campus orthodoxy. In her description of the violence, Stanger offers the cliched contention that we are at a boiling point. Are we? Were we at a boiling point during the Obama presidency? Or is it more accurate to say that thuggery is what leftist students have been taught since the 1960s by the Che Guevara set in academia and subsequently learned to use alternatively in collaboration with them or against them to extract what they want?
You're the one that gets it done. The person your friends call to see if you can fix it. Brakes, no biggie. Shocks and struts, simple and straightforward. The catalytic converter heat shield, come on. If it has wheels, you can make it go. But not having the right part can bring your project to a screeching halt. Problem solved with MyPartsGarage.com. My Parts Garage is not a big box store that needs to wait to get a part in. My Parts Garage is the warehouse that sells wholesale to you. They own the inventory, so your part is always in stock. But wait, there's more. Like free shipping within 24 hours, in-state next-day delivery, or pick it up today at the warehouse. Plus, the customer service is seriously awesome. So the last thing you need to do is drive fast and furiously to find auto parts. With the average driver in Chicago commuting at least 24 miles per day, people are spending more hours in their car than they do at home. Drivers need you, the mechanic. You need MyPartsGarage.com. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Spring is in the air. The days are getting longer and the sun is shining brighter. Wouldn't it be nice to have new, customized window treatments to give your home a fresh look? The Blind Buddy can help you accomplish that without breaking the bank. Forget overpriced big box stores or pushy fly-by-night franchises. The Blind Buddy is an independently owned business serving Chicagoland for over 20 years by one of Chicago's first responders. They offer quality window treatments at affordable prices. Shutters, wood blinds, solar shades. Choose from a wide variety to fit your home or business, plus your style and budget. John, the Blind Buddy, will come to you and personally handle measurement to installation. The whole process can usually be done in 2 to 3 weeks. Read the Blind Buddy reviews on Yelp. Then give John a call to set up a free in-home consultation. The Blind Buddy's got Chicago covered. Visit theblindbuddy.com or call 773-893-0BUD. That's 773-893-0BUD.
If I only had more leads. If I only had more prospects to sell to. Sound familiar? The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. The Sales Prospecting Group is a local Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new business by getting them in the door. The Sales Prospecting Group will get you appointments with qualified prospects to help you grow your business. They don't use contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. The Sales Prospecting Group will build a custom campaign specific specifically for your business. They know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get to the right people and get you connected with them. The Sales Prospecting Group specializes exclusively on B2B sales. Call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017. 630-701-9052. 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group. It's time to grow.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
5:57. Let's get an update on the roads this morning. In the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center, here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Woodstock, 14 remains closed at Heartland Road with a wreck involving a semi and a minivan. The outbound Stevenson is jammed solid from before Harlem to before LaGrange Road with a crash now blocking 2 right lanes. Multiple ambulances are responding to the scene. 55 minutes is the travel time from Lakeshore Drive to 355. Inbound, it's 50 minutes. Very heavy. County line to pass LaGrange, and the usual delays again starting up around Cicero. The Edens is fine, the Kennedy as well. The Eisenhower, 33 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound fine at 29. Ryan is 23 minutes, 95th to downtown, and traffic is a service of Staples. Staples has everything you need at low prices every day. Paper, ink, and toner, office furniture, and technology. Right now, 5 ream cases of Staples multi-purpose paper are $9.99. In-store only, limit 2 plus tax where applicable. Ends 4/1. See store or staples.com for details. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly cloudy, high 50. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 36. Breezy tomorrow with some sunshine giving way to clouds, high 50. Cloudy at night with periods of late night rain, low tomorrow night 39. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
41 at O'Hare, 39 along the lakefront. The news a service of Accountemps. Unplanned absences happen at every company, even when payroll is due. When your payroll or accounting team is short-staffed, call Accountemps. They provide accounting and finance professionals on a temporary or project basis and fast. Visit Accountemps.com to learn more. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. At 5:59, here are the stories we're following on AM 560, The Answer. State police say no victims have been found after gunshots were fired on the Eisenhower Expressway on Chicago's west side. Federal officials say an immigration agent in Chicago shot and wounded a man while trying to make arrest. ICE says the special agent was attempting the arrest when a second individual pointed a weapon at agents. President of the Chicago Police Union headed to Washington this week to meet with officials of the Trump administration about big city crime. And the Cubs' latest pork sandwich crazy enough to land near the top of the list of unique ballpark eats. More Dan and Amy after Fox News, WIND,
Fox
Chicago
News
News Time, 6.
I'm Dave Anthony. The former head of the EPA under President Obama calls it dangerous and embarrassing. Environmental activists threaten legal action, all before President Trump signs an executive order undoing climate change-related regulations. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
In a move aimed at boosting domestic energy production, President Trump will issue an executive order that will suspend, rescind, or flag for review former President Obama's sweeping plan to curb global warming. As part of the rollback, the president will initiate a review of the Clean Power Plan, which restricts greenhouse gas emissions at coal-fired power plants. President Trump has repeatedly criticized the power plant rule as an attack on American workers and the struggling U.S. coal industry. Dave?
John, the Dakota Access Oil Pipeline protesters tried for months to stop is close to being put in service. The developer has placed oil inside it. The top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff, wants Chairman Devin Nunes, a Republican, to recuse himself now from the investigation into Russian interference in the presidential campaign.
I'm sure that the Democrats do want me to quit because they know that I'm quite effective.
Nunes upset Democrats going to the White House to talk to an intelligence source. Nunes says Trump associates were caught up in Obama administration surveillance that had nothing to do with Russia. 2 police officers ambushed and shot in Miami-Dade County last night at an apartment complex.
They were sitting in a car in a neighborhood doing some surveillance on gang activity in the area, and that's when police say 6 suspects opened fire on these 2 officers.
Katrina Bush with our affiliate WSVN at the scene. They're stable and expected to survive. Police are asking for the public's help finding those gunmen. 3 masked burglars made a fatal mistake picking a home to break into in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma yesterday. The owner's son got his rifle and shot and killed all 3. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
If you're a CPAP user, soap and water cleaning may leave harmful bacteria, viruses, and mold that can make you sick. That alone will keep you up at night. Until now, SoClean.com is the world's first and only automated, hands-free CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. SoClean kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs without soap, water, harsh chemicals, or even equipment disassembly. And now, you can try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-224-8181.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean's revolutionary design makes it easy to clean your CPAP and protect you against CPAP-related illnesses. Plus, SoClean works with all popular CPAP devices to clean them in minutes. It really is that easy. Don't risk your health. Call SoClean.com now to try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-224-8181. This offer won't last. Call now. 800-224-8181. 800-224-8181.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering. Companies that are serious about a successful event choose Tasty Catering. Planning begins at tastycatering.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, although it's just Dan today because Amy is afraid that ICE is coming after her after Jeff Sessions' announcement yesterday. Even though she's an American citizen, she's still nervous because she's in that circle of Champagne socialists in Lakeview that don't understand the difference between being an American citizen and not, being here legally and not. And so Amy's a little concerned. So she'll be back tomorrow after her fears are allayed. Here's my question, though. We'll get to Jeff Sessions and his pronouncements on sanctuary cities, as well as Tiny Dancer's response momentarily. But a more interesting question, is Donald Trump the punk rock of politics? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Is Donald Trump the punk rock of politics? I say that because no less a punk rock pioneer than Johnny Rotten from the Sex Pistols was on a British morning show with Piers Morgan again. Piers Morgan popping up again. This guy was such an insufferable dink when he was on CNN, and now all of a sudden, we can't go a day without talking about Piers Morgan and his advancing the interests of freedom. I don't know exactly what epiphany occurred to that gentleman, but I'm glad it did. Anyway, Johnny Rotten turns out to still have his punk rock roots, anti-establishment disposition, And he was on this morning show across the pond that Piers Morgan co-hosts, and turns out Johnny Rotten supported Brexit, and he kind of supports Trump. Johnny Rotten on Brexit.
And where do I stand on Brexit? Well, here it goes. The working class have spoke, and I'm one of them, and I'm with them.
And Johnny Rotten on Trump. By the way, Johnny Rotten, U.S. citizen now.
The Donald. Wow. There's a complicated fella. And as one journalist once said to me, is he the political Sex Pistol?
Well, in a way. In terms of
but what I dislike is the left-wing media in America are trying to smear the bloke as a racist, and that's completely not true. There's many, many problems with him as a human being, but he's not that. And there just might be a chance that something good will come out of that situation because he terrifies politicians.
I mean, you live...
And this is joy to behold.
Right.
Terrifies politicians, and this is joy to behold. On a related note, even though Trump is moving on, he's not moving on so much that he didn't tweet about the Freedom Caucus again yesterday. The Freedom Caucus, the Republican House Freedom Caucus was able to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory after so many bad years. They were ready for a win. So not totally moving on. Now, the Freedom Caucus may be a useful whipping boy for him for the time being. Short-term thinking, though, I don't know about long-term thinking, but makes politicians nervous, and Johnny Rotten loves that. And hey, look, we'll take your Sex Pistols requests all morning, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line, 646-368, turnkey.pro. Text line, you want to hear Anarchy in the UK? We got it. You want to hear God Save the Queen? We got it. You want to hear Holidays in the Sun? We got it. Now, you want to hear better punk rock, in my opinion, as somebody who was in Manchester in the 70s on the scene. You want to go Ian Curtis and Joy Division. Love will tear us apart, wouldn't you agree? Better punk rock than Sex Pistols. Sex Pistols, interesting, good. So here's the argument about Trump and punk rock, the connection. And this isn't my brainchild. It's really the brainchild of Daniel Wattenberg, who is an author, and he was actually someone who bounced around the punk rock scene in New York City in a variety of bands in the 70s, unlike me, who was just pretending for the purposes of this show. Wattenberg says Trumpism was and is an insurrection against Conservatism, Inc. What's Conservatism, Inc.? According to Wattenberg, a political establishment that had become flabby, complacent, and self-indulgent in the same way that 70s progressive rock music had grown bombastic, pretentious, and long-winded. All right, so there's your one Trump is the new punk rock argument. There's the one comparison, similarity, if you will. Then there's the Trump seeming amateurism, his inexperience and rawness. Wattenberg says, just as punk rockers weren't trained musicians, Trump is frequently assailed for not playing politics the right way. That is the professional way. When Wattenberg hears the media establishment pounce on Trump for false misstatements or exaggeration, he hears echoes of musical sophisticates belittling punk rock for its primitivism. All right, you see it? It's coming into focus. He also sees Trump, does Wattenberg, as a political manifestation of punk's do-it-yourself ethos. By do-it-yourself punks, I mean changing the oil or remodeling your bathroom. It's meant as a command. Write your own song, paint your own painting, do your own thing, be independent. And certainly Trump largely ran against both political parties and is apparently continuing to do so. Finally, Wattenberg identifies the transgressive appeal of Trump's rejection of political correctness. Says Wattenberg, there's power in that. Punks were also occasionally misrepresented as harboring fascist sympathies. Once they call you a fascist, there's nothing more they can say. That's the thrill, the power of busting taboos. So that's Trumpism as the new punk rock. I kind of like it, and I kind of like Johnny Rotten more than I like Johnny Rotten, the political analyst, more than I like Johnny Rotten as the front man for the Sex Pistols. But it is kind of interesting, the anti-establishment similarities. I don't know if you can set Trumpism to music, and I don't know if Sex Pistols would be the theme music for the Trump movement. You probably want something a little bit more patriotic, but it is kind of interesting. And to that last point about Trump the fascist, There's a good piece, Wall Street Journal today. So much for Donald Mussolini. I think it's from Bill McGurn. Well, that was fast, if predictable. The editorial begins, referring to the conventional wisdom that has moved without a moment of self-reflection from declaring Trump to be a dangerous fascist to a hopeless incompetent. Yeah, it turns out, and Krauthammer made this point in a piece last week as well, it turns out that the checks and balances, the laborious nature of making law or making law by rescinding law is difficult, and it's not to be done by one man in our representative republic. And that's clear. There are these checks and balances. Nobody gets to run roughshod over the American public, at least not without a compliant Congress and a compliant court system, something Obama had for a couple of years, and he did so. But all of the talk about this autocrat, Donald Trump, has now dissipated into the new narrative of the left, which is he's an incompetent. But that's always what the left does about Republicans. You're either evil or stupid or both. So he started out as evil, and now he's stupid, which they've said before. But, he's the buffoonish argument, or some combination of the two. And so that's where we find ourselves with the D.C. press corps' characterization of Trump, and they'll just kind of oscillate back and forth between those two caricatures of Trump, depending on the order of the day.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Oh, the weather today, mostly cloudy, high 50. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 36. Tomorrow, breezy with some sunshine giving way to clouds, high of 49. Low tomorrow night, 38. Now, let's see what's happening on the roads with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Dan. In Woodstock, still the closure of 14 in both directions at Heartland Road after a wreck involving a minivan and a semi. Outbound Stevenson is really bottled up with a crash before LaGrange Road. 2 right lanes are blocked. This is a transport vehicle involved here. A lot of people on board. There are injuries, a lot of ambulances, so it's a real mess. Delays start at Central. It is an hour from Lakeshore Drive to 355 and inbound 53 minutes, in large part due to Gapers. Eden's still fine. The Candidate 22 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 20. The Ike 35 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 30. The Ryan is 25 minutes. 95th to the Loop. Eastbound Adams Tollway now slow from the Tri-State to the Kennedy. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
You're probably not thinking about back to school season right now. In fact, most parents with kids in school are likely to be thinking about spring break or are on spring break at present. But now is the best time to think about where you'll be sending your son or daughter to school this fall. It's a big decision, and you may have felt like private school simply wasn't in the budget for your family. Well, you can think again, because we want to tell you about halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find local private schools from throughout Chicagoland offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price with no catch. Find a school near you, purchase the tuition voucher, and prepare to send your child off to school this fall. It's that simple. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located across Chicagoland, including schools in South Holland, Arlington Heights, Downers Grove, Waukegan, Westchester, Oak Lawn, Kankakee, Romeoville, Mount Prospect, Aurora. Make private school affordable for your family for the first time this year. These vouchers will sell out. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
How would you like to lose 10, 15, even 25 pounds in the next 30 days? Well, I'm about to tell you how you can do it for free right now. You've probably heard of Beachbody or seen their workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. Well, they just launched a beta trial of their new online video service called Beachbody On Demand, and they're inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. Now, here's the catch. In return, all they want is for you to let them know what you think of their new on-demand service so they can make it the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text the word STREAM to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, Brazil Butt Lift, or one of 500 other Beachbody workouts for free. And that means you can lose 10, 20, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Just text STREAM to 303030. That's STREAM to 303030 to get started for free right now.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Bob Ament, a founding partner of the law firm of Dassman & Ament and longtime personal customer of Signature Bank. Our firm recently left one of the larger banks to bank with Signature Bank, and it's been a refreshing change. With Signature Bank, we've been able to tailor banking solutions that fit the specific needs of our firm. Beyond that, Signature Bank is responsive, efficient, and timely in meeting those needs. If I have a request, I pick up the phone and talk to Mick O'Rourke, not someone at a phone bank thousands of miles away. Dassman & Ament needed more than what the larger banks offer, and we found that with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560.
The Answer. If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy is out this morning. She is feeling a bit ill, so we wish her well. She'll ideally be back tomorrow. Jeff Sessions followed Sean Spicer to the podium yesterday after Spicer had done his first briefing since the failure to garner the requisite votes in the House to move the Obamacare replacement legislation that President Trump had supported. He took questions on that topic, turned over the dais to Jeff Sessions, who made a pronouncement on the topic of sanctuary cities. Here's how Attorney General Sessions began.
Such policies cannot continue. They make our nation less safe by putting dangerous criminals back on the streets. We all remember the tragic case of Kate Steinle, the 32-year-old woman who was shot and killed 2 years ago in San Francisco as she walked along a pier with her father.
And we've got the case of the rape at the high school in Maryland, Rockville High School, by two illegal immigrant classmates of a 14-year-old girl who was raped in the bathroom of that school. The 18-year-old from Guatemala had actually been stopped and detained by ICE in Texas, but ICE made the discretionary decision to let him go, put him on a plane in Texas, and his father had to pay for the ticket. His father picked him up at BWI, and he's been in the country with full awareness of ICE. So that's a additional problem to the sanctuary city problem. There are layers of law enforcement problems with respect to immigration policy in this country. And now the development in that case is the father of said 18-year-old has been arrested by ICE after a review of his immigration history revealed he was also unlawfully present in the United States from Guatemala. So that's one case. There's the other case mentioned yesterday, but it bears repeating because the American people are rightly tired of hearing these horrific stories and listening to politicians say, we're going to remove violent criminals who don't belong in this country from this country. And, these countries that say, well, we don't want to take them back. Well, you're going to take them back. We're dropping them off. They're not staying here. That's what politicians say, both parties. And yet you hear day after day, you hear a case about a rape at a high school in Maryland, and you hear this case of MS-13 gang member Tommy Ventura. This is in New York, Nassau County, New York. He had been deported 4 times. 4 times. And here's what Tommy Ventura's latest criminal escapade resulted in.
Nassau County Police Commissioner called this case one of the most heinous of his career. 31-year-old Tommy Ventura is accused of sexually assaulting his girlfriend's 2-year-old daughter, along with beating the little girl in the head. The toddler had to have surgery to repair the damage. When the mother found out, Ventura is then accused of stabbing and beating her. The known gang member, prosecutors said, also stabbed another woman outside a bar, leaving her in serious condition with a collapsed lung. Police Commissioner Thomas Crumpter said said.
Ventura has been previously deported on 4 separate occasions, and the last time on 12/12/2011.
Ventura pleaded not guilty in court after the hearing. A family member of his, visibly upset, passed out in the hallway.
So there's a couple things here. Is the Trump administration trying to turn the page and talk about something other than the failure to move Obamacare replacement? Sure, of course. But is this a real issue that was central to Donald Trump's presidential campaign, and where there is an expectation there is going to be a marked change in policy such that these incidents that we report on all too often, because they occur all too often, will be minimized, if not eliminated altogether? There will be no 5 times someone was deported. There will be no catch and release program. That's the question. Jeff Sessions put the first marker down effectively. I mean, you could say the executive orders with the temporary ban on refugees and immigrants from certain countries that were delineated was the first marker. But this is the first marker in terms of kind of domestic policy, and with respect specifically to ICE enforcement and ICE's interaction with local law enforcement. Here's what Sessions said he's going to do through the Department of Justice.
Today, I'm urging states and local jurisdictions to comply with these federal laws, including 8 U.S.C. Section 1373. Moreover, the Department of Justice will require that jurisdictions seeking or applying for Department of Justice grants to certify compliance with 1373 as a condition of receiving those awards. This policy is entirely consistent with the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs guidance that was issued just last summer under the previous administration.
So, translation, dump the sanctuary city designation, or you're not getting any grants from Department of Justice, and we're going to claw back existing grants you have for money not yet spent. That's effectively what Sessions is saying. Chicago Cook County awarded more than $3.2 million in COP grants, $1.3 million in SCAAP funds, $1 million in burn grants in 2016. These are law enforcement, prosecution, law enforcement both on the police side as well as the prosecutor side resources that are drop shipped from D.C. to localities. So for Chicago and Cook County, both sanctuary designees, this means millions of dollars. But if you have a culture change in D.C. where other federal agencies follow suit, take the lead that the Justice Department has provided, and you start to get into hundreds of millions of dollars, perhaps billions of dollars in grants for a city that is functionally bankrupt, with pension funds that are death spiraling, less than 30% funded. Police, fire, laborers, city workers. So it's very interesting to me that Tiny Dancer resists any financial inducement to change status. Why do you think that is? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. Remember North Carolina when they were debating the bathroom bill, and there was a lot of pressure from business groups and erstwhile kind of soft Republican chamber types for the governor then, McCrory, to cave because it was going to cost North Carolina too much money. Remember that? It was going to cost North Carolina too much money to inculcate into law the idea that grown men shouldn't go to the bathroom with little girls. Right? And McCrory said, well, no, I don't, the NCAA doesn't want to have their basketball tournament in our state. If Bruce Springsteen doesn't want to perform a concert in our state, well, that's fine. That's fine, because this is the right thing to do. McCrory lost his reelect largely as a result of that, the demagoguery surrounding it, the cowardice of some in Republican circles, while Trump narrowly won the state, as you recall. But it's interesting to me when it is financial, that when there's money on the table, how many soft Republicans are quick to run for the money. They don't want to be seen as having walked away from money, from resources. But Tiny Dancer isn't afraid of that. Why do you think that is? Tiny Dancer speaks in the parlance of values, Chicago values. Chick-fil-A doesn't represent Chicago values. When's the last time you heard a Republican candidate in this state, at least at the statewide level, speak in the lexicon of values? You know, those things that are transcendental, as opposed to the dollars and cents bloviations you hear from politicians from time immemorial. Why do you think that is? You think there's a insight that a amoral political hack like Tiny Dancer has in terms of what animates people that Vichy Republicans in this state could learn something from? That it turns out that maybe our entire existence isn't predicated completely on take-home pay, the cents on the dollar we get back from the federal government for the taxes that we send to the federal government? Do you think that maybe it turns out that people aren't staying awake at night lamenting the fact that Illinois is a donor state to the federal government? How many people even know that? That we get, just short of 80 cents on the dollar back from the money we send to the federal government. Do you think that Dick Durbin and Tiny Dancer and the Chicago Democrat crime families really care about that? I mean, they care about it, sure, because they'll have more spoils to disperse if they were to get more money, so they'll take it. But they're not going to take it at the expense of it jeopardizing their political power. You see? See the difference? And when they're perceived as standing for a constituency they've defined as their own, even though they don't represent them substantively, that enhances their political power. And when Republicans sell their souls for 30 pieces of silver, which they're some in the Republican Party and some in the Illinois Republican Party in particular are wont to do, you get 30 pieces of silver and you lose your constituency. It's really interesting to see how this is playing out because even billions of dollars, Tiny Dancer's unfazed because he's focused on his 2019 reelection as the springboard for a 2020 presidential run, as you've heard me say on this show before. And it is more important to him to be a demagogue for the immigrant rights grassroots than it is to worry about funding pensions for white ethnic cops and firefighters. You get it? Mark in Des Plaines, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan. You know, what really gets me about this is they just want these people as a permanent underclass, a plantation, so that they can, get their votes eventually, either, now illegally or later when they, become citizens. So, I mean, that's what they're looking for. And, I would really like to know, how many illegals voted in the last election. How many illegals might vote, on the 4th? It's just ridiculous.
Thanks for the call, Mark. Sharon in Itasca.
Hi. Both my parents are World War II generation. Dad is 95, served in the Navy. Mom just turned 90. Both of their parents, part of them anyway, came from old country Europe. And you know what? Since that group is dying off and aging, the Democrats are looking for new blood to feed their coffers and people who will remain stupidly blind to them and vote for them faithfully. This is why they really do not care about the fact that they have so many illegals here. That's number one. Number two, Rahm Emanuel, and I don't wish anybody harm, but I wonder how he'd react if one of his immediate family, like one of his 2 children, had a similar incident happen to them as what we hear the horror stories on the news. I wonder how quickly things would turn around, because they seem to be a completely different class from the rest of the Democrat regular citizens who vote for them. That's just a point to ponder, but thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for the call, Sharon. Coming up, we're going to talk to Lieutenant Colonel Ralph Peters about Russian espionage. That's after we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 39 degrees. We have cloudy skies, winds north at 10. A couple of Miami-Dade police officers are recovering after being shot overnight. Miami-Dade Police Director Juan Perez confirms the two undercover officers with the homicide task force were shot Monday night, what's being described as an ambush-style attack. President Trump will issue an executive order later today. It will begin to unravel many of the Obama administration's moves on climate change. It will begin an EPA review of the 2015 Clean Power Plan and end a moratorium on leasing federal land for coal mining. Presidential spokesperson Sean Spicer says the White House will drive the train on tax reform and will consult with Congress.
The president be very clear, this is a huge priority for him, something that he feels very passionately about.
The president says he wants big tax cuts and a sweeping overhaul of the tax code. A plot to put explosives into an iPad shell is reported to be what caused the ban on electronics in the cabins of some flights to the United States. Security sources telling the UK newspaper The Guardian that terrorists hope to get a bogus iPad through security and onto a plane where it could be detonated. The plot led to a ban on electronic devices larger than a smartphone on nonstop flights from a number of countries in the Middle East and North Africa. The United States is leading a 40-nation boycott of the UN talks on banning nuclear weapons. Other nations staying away include Russia, China, Great Britain, France, and South Korea. America's UN ambassador is Nikki Haley.
But we have to be realistic. Is there anyone that believes that North Korea would agree to a ban on nuclear weapons?
Haley says those countries can't protect their citizens by allowing what she called bad actors to have nukes. Ford says it's making a significant investment in 3 of its assembly plants in Michigan. Sources telling the Detroit News the car maker will announce major details later today. State police say no victims have been found after gunshots were fired on the Eisenhower Expressway on Chicago's west side yesterday afternoon late near Kedzie Avenue. The head of the Justice Department said yesterday he'll cut funding to cities like Chicago or counties or states that shelter illegal immigrants. Attorney General Jeff Sessions made that statement in response. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel told CNBC's Closing Bell that Chicago will remain in a sanctuary city. Chicago man wanted in connection with an alleged carjacking spree has been arrested in Georgia, extradited back to this state. Chicago police announcing that Carnell King faces 4 felony counts of aggravated vehicular hijacking with a firearm. Chicago sports, Blackhawks blow a 4-1 lead in a 5-4 overtime loss to the Lightning in Tampa. Artemi Panarin, Patrick Kane, Thomas Yurko, and Richard Panik had the goals for the Blackhawks. Bulls back in action Thursday when they host the Cavaliers at the UC. The News is a service of Hum by Verizon. Is your check engine light on? Hum by Verizon can tell you why, so you can fix small problems before they become big ones. Find out how to be smarter, safer, and more connected on the road with Hum by Verizon. Visit hum.com today. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager is on board with the Republicans' replacement for Obamacare.
I support the health care bill that the Republicans are advancing, though it is not perfect, though it is not as conservative as one would wish, for the exact same reason that I supported Donald Trump for president. We don't have a choice, and not in the real world.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you buying or selling a business or starting a business? Maybe you have legal problems with a business partner or employees, or are just drowning in new regulations. You need the support of a law firm that concentrates in a wide range of business law and tax matters. You need the corporate team at Kelleher and Buckley. Whether you're a local mom and pop shop, middle market business, or a large corporation or franchise, They provide cost-effective legal solutions to help your businesses thrive. The lawyers of Kelleher and Buckley focus on targeted legal advice tailored to meet the specific needs of your business. You deserve competent legal representation from a law firm maintaining a high level of knowledge about the ever-changing laws governing businesses. One that also includes accountants and tax specialists on board to provide your business bottom-line solutions. Kelleher and Buckley, LLC of North Barrington and Chicago is a legal solution provider that also includes estate planning, asset protection, life insurance planning, and litigation. Keep your business on track. Call 847-382-9130 or online at kelleherbuckley.com.
Are you hiring? Join the over 3 million businesses that use Indeed.com for hiring. Post your next job opening on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
6:36. Let's check our roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. The outbound Stevenson is jammed. Cicero to before LaGrange Road, where a crash is cleared, but now there's a new crash, or actually 2, just before First Avenue, blocking the shoulders. It is an hour and 2 minutes. Lakeshore Drive to 355. Inbound 57 minutes. Delays starting at 83. Eden's 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 20. Kennedy 36 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 23. The Eisenhower's a 45-minute drive. Thornhill to downtown outbound 32 minutes. Ryan 28 minutes. 95th to the Loop. I-57, 21 minutes. I-80 to the Merge, Bishop Ford 17. Tollways are fine. Traffic is a service of TrueCar. Using TrueCar, you can easily find the car you want. TrueCar users save an average of over $3,000 off MSRP. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Cloudy and 50 today. Partly cloudy and 36 overnight. Currently 42. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with host Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy is out today. She's a little under the weather, so I'm manning the fort. I have the con. Yesterday, Devin Nunes, House Intel Committee Chairman, who is the subject of catcalling by Congressman Adam Schiff. He is the Democrat representative from Area 51, I believe. And Senator Schumer, Speaker Pelosi, all calling on Nunes to step down because of what they term dubious conduct, bizarre pronouncements. Vox.com headline today, Rep. Devin Nunes sure seems like the wrong person to lead the Trump-Russia probe. Well, Nunes is responding. He was on with Bill O'Reilly last night and had this to say about the source of the controversy at Barr currently, which is his meeting on the grounds of the White House where he was given information about surveillance of Trump associates during the transition.
Yeah, so look, we go to the executive branch at least once or twice a week. This is not unusual because there are intelligence products that we don't have access to in the House of Representatives, but we do have the clearances to see them. So we've known about this long before Trump actually sent his famous tweet out about the wiretapping at Trump Tower. We've known that there was additional unmasking of Americans' names. We had sources that had provided us that information. And so what I had to do is I needed a place that I could actually go and find this information and review it.
And see it.
And so we just facilitated it.
So you went to the old executive office building. My guess, I know you're not saying, my guess, okay, and you looked at it, but they didn't give it to you. You just saw it. And then you went over to the president and told him what you saw.
Yeah, the next day. So there was no sneaking around. I walked onto the ground, said hi to people. Did not go to the West Wing, did not talk to the president. And then what I reviewed, and when I found out that it had nothing to do with Russia, okay, that's the key here, is that nothing to do with Russia.
It's another surveillance deal that we the people need to know about.
Did Devin Nunes do anything improper? For expert analysis on this topic, we're pleased to be joined again by our friend, Colonel Ralph Peters, retired U.S. Army officer, former enlisted man, columnist, author, and strategic analyst for Fox News Channel. Colonel Peters, thanks for joining us again.
Great to speak with you, Dan. I hope Amy feels better soon.
I'll give her your regards, and I'm sure she's listening intently. We've been between, visiting the bathroom. And here's the question.
She's actually just hung over.
Well, she is an Iowa grad, so I'll let you do the math. So here's the question. Anything Devin Nunes did or has said in describing what he did trouble you?
I think Devin Nunes' behavior has been a disgrace.
Really?
There's no explaining. He's like a little brat who is caught doing something bad, and he's making up a different story. I mean, he's given us at least a half dozen different explanations for this stunt he pulled in the White House and running to the press before he briefed his colleagues on the committee. But above all, he has no sense of irony. Here's Devin Nunes, who has spent weeks, highlighted by last week's hearing, saying leaks are terrible. We got to get to the bottom of the leaks. It's not about Russia. It's about the leaks. And then he leaks information to the press. I mean, come on. This issue of the Trump administration and Russia cannot be a partisan issue. It can't be a Republican or a Democrat.
But is that possible? Is that possible, though? Is it possible to not be a partisan issue?
It is possible if they appoint a special prosecutor or certainly a special outside committee to look into it. And right now, and also, though, to be fair, the Senate are the big boys. The Senate are the adults. They're being quiet. They're going forward in what appears to be a bipartisan manner. The House is the chamber that really reflects America in that you've got some great people in it, you've got some absolute nutcases, and most people are somewhere in between. It reflects society. I mean, there are so many people in the House who could never get elected to the Senate, and then gerrymandering plays into it. But seriously, the issue, I know everybody wants to get away from it, but the question of whether at any level there was collusion between President Trump or any members of his team and Russia in regard to his elections, this is a strategic question of the first importance. And if the situation were reversed and a Democratic administration had all these contacts with Putin's people, my God, Republicans would be howling. And so what bothers me as an American citizen first, not a Republican or Democrat, but an American first, is that this was an assault, a fundamental assault on the foundation of our democracy, our election system, and we're turning it into a partisan issue. Whether you support President Trump or not, you have to put loyalty to our United States of America and our system of government above any political considerations, and nobody, including a president, is above the law. So, and more and more keeps coming out. I mean, I was ashamed of Mike Flynn, who I've known since 1985, and some of the things he's done. But you have so many people who are on the Trump team who were in contacts going back to 2005, contacts with Putin's people, his agents. Now you have Jared Kushner meeting, it looks like at least 3 times, with a Russian banker whose bank is on our sanctions list. I mean, there's obviously, look, I'm a former Russia analyst. I speak Russian. I've dealt with the former KGB guys in Moscow, just right across the table in the back streets of Moscow. And I will tell you that this is a very serious thing. The Russians are very good, and we must get to the bottom of it. Now, maybe at the bottom of it, there's nothing. But let's do an honest, bipartisan investigation to find out so that we can be sure, we Americans, right, left, and center, can be sure that the Russians have not been able to significantly affect our election system.
Well,
because they're good and they're trying.
Well, a couple of things. One is I think your description of the House has replaced my favorite description of Congress, which was previously held by Dennis Miller, who characterized Congress as a bunch of mediocre intellects Earl Scheibed into looking somewhat consequential. So congratulations for that. But on the issue of getting to the bottom of this and it not being political, I was struck by Jim Comey's testimony last week in particular. Not so much Rogers, but Comey, as including a lot of political observations. And if you have an FBI director who is behaving like a Fox News political analyst before the House Intel Committee, combined with the knowledge that it's been since July that this investigation has been open, and the allegations continue to swirl, but no evidence is presented. In terms of the American people, don't we have kind of our version of a right to a speedy trial? Don't we have isn't there some obligation to get to the bottom of this with all due speed and present the evidence, and maybe even present some of the evidence as you go to bring the people along with something that is this intricate and has extended for as long as it has?
Well, in the course of my long and often very strange career, I've also worked with the FBI, and I will tell you, they're different. They are methodical. They're nonpartisan. At least I'm talking about the rank and file agents and people who actually do the work. And their investigations often take years. Now, Jim Comey, whatever you think of him, he didn't, it wasn't his choice to go to the Hill. They wanted him to go, and so he went. But the FBI works quietly. They do not compromise evidence. They do not leak information. The FBI, it's made of human beings, so it's not perfect by definition, but they're pretty good. And I think the dragging Comey up to the Hill right now is a mistake, because I absolutely believe the American people need to know what the truth of all this is. But sometimes in an investigation, the best thing to do is go about it quietly and interview people behind closed doors.
But on
your case.
Well, on that point, then, what do you make of Comey and Rogers refusing to meet with the House Intel Committee for a closed door session?
Well, as near as I can tell, Devin Nunes canceled that closed door session.
Okay. Well, he was asked about it yesterday, and he essentially suggested that they were unwilling to join him. But okay,
we cannot trust anything Representative Nunes says. I mean, I don't care if he's a Republican or a Democrat. This guy is just behaving crazily. I mean, he's behaving as though he's not thinking. He's just blundering forward and discrediting his committee.
What should he be doing that he's not doing, or not doing that he is doing?
Well, at this point, so far, he needs to recuse himself. If I were Paul Ryan, I'd relieve him from being the committee chair. There are all sorts of course, machinations and political considerations. But Nunes has lost even the faintest appearance of the ability to be bipartisan. Now, that doesn't mean the Democrats are all innocent in this, but they're not the ones doing crazy stuff.
Well,
they're just sitting back and watching Nunes do crazy stuff, and they're getting a lot of political capital out of it.
Well, but there is a lot of blurring of the lines of important issues here too, such as the unmasking issue and the questions about should the communications of Trump associates, all of whom are U.S. citizens, have been intercepted in the first place. Aren't those legitimate questions for inquiry too?
we can't even trust what Nunes says about that because he says, "Oh, they're unmasking names." Okay, but who? I mean, when you're doing an espionage or subversion investigation about what's happening in America, that you're listening to foreign agents, but they are talking to Americans. And if names weren't blotted out in the text, and I've been an intelligence officer, I tell you, we're very strict about protecting American identities. But I would suggest to you that if some names weren't blotted out, it is because they are part of the investigation and there is incriminating evidence against them. But Nunes can't just make all these wild claims, and he's changed his story even about what was in those documents that he says he had to go over to the West Wing or to the old executive office building to read. It's changed several times, and to me this just looks like he's a pathetic, ambitious little guy trying to suck up to the president. I mean, that's my take on Nunes.
But before we let you go, since you are a Russian analyst, I wanted to get your take on the rather large demonstrations that erupted across Russia this past Sunday. So Putin has his own problems back there in the motherland, and I wonder what you think those demonstrations indicate, if anything important.
What those demonstrations in Russia on Sunday indicated was tremendous courage. Tremendous, because Putin kills his rivals. He's killed Boris Nemtsov. He just, within the last 2 weeks, had one of his defectors assassinated in Kiev, Ukraine. He's killed people in London. He's attacked people in the United States. He murders people who oppose him. And yet, across Russia, in dozens of cities, large and small, you had tens of thousands, if not a total of hundreds of thousands of people coming out and demonstrating against the corruption of the Putin regime. In Moscow, the police said it was 7,000 or 8,000. It was probably about 30,000 people. You know how the Russian cops are going to play it down.
Right.
Over 1,000 people were arrested. It's including Alexei Navalny, the current leader of the opposition, and in Russia, bad things happen when you protest the government, and yet all of these people came out. Now, to be careful, the demonstrations do not mean that Putin's rule is immediately threatened. Absolutely not. He's got a grip on the security services. He's got the money. He's got the power. But it does suggest that his popularity has been dropping as a result of the Russian economy is in terrible shape. When I hear people say, "Oh, sanctions don't work," sanctions in Russia, in conjunction with falling energy prices, have worked amazingly well. Russia's poverty rate has doubled over the last 3 years.
Right.
Pensions, the real value of pensions has dropped. Putin now has to cut back on his military spending. He has this dream of building a new superpower military. Medicines have been in short supply. How do I know that? Because for months the the media have been writing stories that there's no shortage of medicine, and that tells you there's a shortage of medicine.
Right.
I mean, so many things. So Putin's not immediately threatened.
And yes,
but
and
for the first time, he's worried.
Yeah,
he's worried now.
His revanchism is a cover for a lot of that. And as you mentioned, the Secretary of Defenestration is a cabinet-level position in the Putin regime. I can see the point. He is Colonel Ralph Peters, strategic analyst for Fox News Channel, retired U.S. Army officer. Colonel Peters, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lou Dobbs. More energy industry regulations rolled back today. Indiana set to endorse President Trump's rescue plan for Carrier. Those stories next. Hi, folks. Are you an individual or business who owes at least $10,000 to the IRS? Are your wages being garnished? Has your bank account been levied? Do you have years of unfiled tax returns and you're losing sleep at night worrying about it all? Rapid Resolution Tax Group is a team of tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who have helped thousands of people with problems just like yours. They're accredited with the Better Business Bureau and they guarantee same-day contact with the IRS. If you qualify, Rapid Resolution Tax Group can work towards settling your tax debt for less, removing penalties and fees, and stopping levies and garnishments. They're not intimidated by the IRS, and they promise not to let the IRS intimidate you. Call the professionals at Rapid Resolution Tax Group. They're at 800-601-2929. 800-601-2929. That's 800-601-2929. The president today signing an executive order that will make it easier for companies to produce energy in America. The administration aggressively rolling back Obama-era regulations, the president says handcuff the energy industry and also put America at the mercy of foreign oil cartels. The Indiana State Economic Development Board scheduling a vote today to endorse President Trump's negotiation that saved more than 800 jobs at Carrier Air Conditioning. The deal the president crafted 4 months ago prevented the shutdown of the Carrier plant in Indianapolis. Also ahead, Standard & Poor's releasing its index of January home prices, and the Conference Board will update figures on consumer confidence. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern, on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
We'll be at Morcus Chocolate in Palatine tomorrow. Morcus, also the name of our program director, Morcus Brown. That's part of our AM 560 business tour presented by Signature Bank, way that we are celebrating local businesses, overcoming the odds and succeeding in Chicagoland in spite of all the taxes and regulations they face. We're making businesses great again, giving back to the business community by broadcasting our show live from locations throughout Chicagoland. Does your business have a great success story? If so, we want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business. Fill out the brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and your community. We're selecting a few more businesses as stops on our AM 560 business tour this spring to broadcast from your location and share your success with our audience. So go to 560theanswer.com/business and tell us your story. That's 560theanswer.com/business. And we may be stopping at your business this spring on the AM 560 Business Tour presented by Signature Bank.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. The storm season is here. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for sudden damage and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. College campuses are places of quote-unquote emotional coddling and quote-unquote intellectual impoverishment, so wrote leftist New York Times columnist Frank Bruni. The student protesters couldn't look at me directly because if they had, they would have seen another human being, wrote Middlebury College professor Allison Stanger, a self-identified liberal, who suffered a concussion as a result of being assaulted by leftist students protesting the presence of eminent sociologist Dr. Charles Murray on campus. At Middlebury, Stanger was mugged by the reality, quite literally, that there is no safe space for dissent from the established campus orthodoxy. In her description of the violence, Stanger offers the cliched contention that we are at a boiling point. Are we? Were we at a boiling point during the Obama presidency? Or is it more accurate to say that thuggery is what leftist students have been taught since the 1960s by the Che Guevara set in academia and subsequently learned to use alternatively in collaboration with them or against them to extract what they want?
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. Now there's finally a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. You can even add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's the Transcend Mini CPAP. And right now, you can try Transcend absolutely risk-free for 10 days. So call now, 1-800-400-9121. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. To receive your 10-day in-home trial, call minicpap.com now. 1-800-400-9121. Again, that's 1-800-400-9121.
AM 560, The Answer.
What was not to like about the Obamacare replacement legislation? We'll discuss with health insurance expert C. Stephen Tucker at 7:07. But now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. A man shot by an ICE agent on Chicago's northwest side. An Aurora man convicted of murdering his ex-girlfriend. Retired Chicago priest dies at the age of 85. Cubs make the list of craziest ballpark food as last night the Lightning beat the Blackhawks in overtime. Mostly cloudy day ahead with a high near 50, partly cloudy and 36 overnight. Breezy with some sunshine. In the morning, giving way to clouds tomorrow and a high of 49. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. What President Obama tried to do dealing with climate change, President Trump will try to undo today.
It's good to see the president come into the EPA to set a new course to say we're going to be about pro-growth, pro-jobs, and pro-environment.
EPA Administrator Scott Pruitt now to the White House, where Fox's John Decker's live.
In an effort to boost the declining coal industry, President Trump will sign an executive order aimed at dismantling former President Obama's government-wide effort to combat climate change. The order will resume the sale of coal from federal land, lift carbon dioxide limits on power plants, and end Obama-era mandates that agencies consider global warming in a broad range of decisions. Critics of the president's efforts say the moves won't immediately boost demand for coal and won't restore many of the jobs lost by coal miners in West Virginia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Dave?
John, the president's getting some help fighting the rulings that have blocked his revised immigration executive order that would temporarily halt travel from 6 predominantly Muslim countries deemed terror risks. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
12 state attorneys general and 1 governor are telling a federal appeals court that President Trump acted lawfully and in the interest of national security. They want the 4th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to overturn a lower court judge's ruling that blocked part of the president's revised executive order. The states, which include Alabama, Kansas, Florida, South Dakota, and Texas, say it's not religious discrimination and does not violate the Constitution. Dave?
Tanya, sanctuary cities are ready to battle the White House.
I'm hoping that we are going to become this administration's worst nightmare.
New York Council Speaker Melissa Mark Viverito hosting a sanctuary city conference vowing not to cooperate with federal authorities to protect illegal immigrants from deportation, despite a threat to cut off federal funding if they don't help get rid of criminals here illegally. Days after an illegal immigrant, high school student charged along with another teen in the rape of a 14-year-old girl in a bathroom in Maryland. His father's been detained for also being here illegally. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
39 degrees, cloudy skies, winds north at 10. At 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. State police say no victims found after gunshots were fired on the Eisenhower Expressway. On Chicago's west side, all inbound lanes were temporarily closed while authorities investigated. Mayor Emanuel standing firm on Chicago's status as a sanctuary city.
Be and always will be a welcoming city, whether you're an immigrant from Poland or Pakistan, Ireland or India, or Mexico or Moldova, where my grandfather came.
The head of the U.S. Justice Department said yesterday he'll be cutting funding to cities, counties, or states that shelter illegal immigrants.
Countless Americans would be alive today, and countless loved ones would not be grieving today if these policies of sanctuary cities were ended.
Attorney General Jeff Sessions, president of the Chicago Police Union, heading to Washington this week to meet with officials of the Trump administration about big city crime. Jurors convict a 48-year-old suburban Chicago man for fatally shooting his 22-year-old girlfriend 3 years ago when she tried to break off that relationship. Kane County State's Attorney's Office says jurors deliberated 2 hours Monday before returning that guilty verdict against Christopher Whetstone. The Illinois Department of Public Health rejecting intractable pain and autism spectrum disorder as medical conditions that could be treated with medical cannabis. Loved ones are saddened by the death of a retired Chicago priest, Dan Millett. The Reverend passed away Sunday night at the age of 85. You may remember the name. Millett retired as priest of St. Margaret of Scotland on the south side in 2012 after he was brutally beaten and robbed in 2011 after 2 masked men broke into the church rectory where he lived. Blackhawks blow a 4-1 lead and a 5-4 overtime loss to the Lightning in Tampa. Cactus League play, the Indians edge the Cubs 4-3. However, the Cubs' latest pork sandwich tops the list of unique ballpark eats you will find at the ballpark this year. The news service of Geico Chicago. Hey, Chicago Geico now has even more ways to save you money. Your local Geico agent is ready to deliver the personal service you need with the savings you love. 773-582-AUTO. 773-582-AUTO for your local Geico agent. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
If you're a CPAP user, soap and water cleaning may leave harmful bacteria, viruses, and mold that can make you sick. That alone will keep you up at night. Until now, SoClean.com is the world's first and only automated, hands-free CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. SoClean kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs without soap, water, harsh chemicals, or even equipment disassembly. And now, you can try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-224-8181.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean's revolutionary design makes it easy to clean your CPAP and protect you against CPAP-related illnesses. Plus, SoClean works with all popular CPAP devices to clean them in minutes. It really is that easy. Don't risk your health. Call SoClean.com now to try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-224-8181. This offer won't last. Call now. 800-224-8181. 800-224-8181.
7:06. Check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. And Woodstock 14 remains closed between Dimmel and Rose Farm after a major crash. Eden's inbound is heavy. 2E to Elston with a crash in the left lane. 30 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 21. Kennedy 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 16 from Montrose, 14 in the Express. Outbound just a 5-minute delay, Montrose to Sayre. The Eisenhower's 48 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. 35 from Manheim, outbound 33 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 4 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, 52 minutes from the Tri-State, outbound 52 minutes to 3:55. Crash before First Avenue on the left shoulder. Ryan is 30 minutes from 95th to downtown. Tri-State northbound heavy from the Reagan tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways are delay-free. No problems to report in Northwest Indiana. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A mostly cloudy day today with a high 50 and turning out to be partly cloudy tonight, low 36. Sun followed by clouds tomorrow, breezy with a high 50 and a cloudy night with periods of late night rain, low 39. Breezy with periods of rain continuing for Thursday, high 45. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare, 39 along the lakefront. Your next news update, 7:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour radio show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pearshell Financial Group.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Although Amy's not here, she's on an ICE detainer back to Stockholm, so we'll see if she makes it out in time for tomorrow. But the recriminations continue with respect to the failure to move Obamacare replacement out of the House last week. The Wall Street Journal has gone from terming the Freedom Caucus the Freedom from Reality Caucus to today in another editorial calling the Freedom Caucus the GOP's Entitlement Caucus because, per the Wall Street Journal's opinion, they missed an opportunity to roll back an entitlement that doesn't come around very often at the federal level. That's the argument they make, particularly as it pertains to block granting Medicaid to the states. Trump has moved on sort of. He's still sending shots across the bow of the Freedom Caucus, tweeting last night. The Republican House Freedom Caucus was able to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. After so many bad years, they were ready for a win. And when you have Byron York pen a piece that says that's entitled 14 Lessons from the GOP Obamacare debacle, 14 lessons from the GOP Obamacare debacle, that's a lot of lessons. That means a lot of things could have gone better. For more of what could have gone better and why members of the Freedom Caucus should have embraced this, as well as a response to some of the demands that were put forward by the Freedom Caucus and not met sufficiently. We're pleased to be joined by an expert in this area. He is the founder of healthinsurancementors.com and has been a health insurance broker for many, many moons, and really has established himself as a national expert on health insurance policy through his analysis of Obamacare over the last 7 years and now what Republicans had proposed as a replacement. He is C. Stephen Tucker, and he joins us now. C. Stephen Tucker, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan.
So you posted on your blog, you posted what parts of the American Health Care Act did conservatives disagree with, and you went down 13 component parts of what was proposed and not voted on in terms of things that conservatives should like about Obamacare replacement that apparently not enough did. What are, give us the thrust of the argument you make.
Well, you correctly mentioned one already, and that was repealing an entitlement, which is the first time that's been done in U.S. history. And that was repealing the Obamacare subsidies, which was remarkable. We've never done that before. But that's not the only issue. We had a chance to provide tremendously needed relief for people, repealing the individual mandate. I mean, how many people in this country have been complaining for the last 7 years that they don't want to be taxed for not buying something? That was our primary issue when we went to the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, we lost on that. This bill would have repealed the individual mandate. Moreover, it would have repealed the employer mandate, so we can now become once again a full-time nation instead of a part-time nation. As you know, employers are afraid to provide anything more than 30 hours because they'll have to, be forced to provide very expensive Obamacare health insurance. Block granting Medicaid to the states and putting per capita caps on. Do you know how long conservatives have been pushing to have that done? Because, as you know, we have a $3.8 billion deficit here in Illinois, and we've got $10 billion in unpaid bills coming by December. So it's because the way Medicaid is set up now, every dollar the state spends, the federal government matches. So it provides an impetus for the state to spend more, right? So we've been asking for that for years. In addition to doing all of those things just in phase one, by the way, not ever getting to phase two or phase three, just if we got phase one done. All of that is including cutting spending by $1.2 trillion, reducing the deficit, repealing $600 billion in Obamacare taxes, and then most importantly, a feature that would immediately lower premiums for most Americans, and that is recreating high-risk health insurance pools. This is the way risk in the individual health insurance market was managed for 20 years before Obamacare. You simply remove the 5% of people in the individual market that are responsible for 50% of the cost, the sickest people, and you place them into state-run high-risk health insurance pools, just like we had for 20 years here in Illinois called iChip. They get the Blue Cross card. They have the same access to all the same hospitals and doctors. But by removing those people, you then lower premiums for everybody else. And most importantly, we could have done that and spent $30 billion less a year than we currently are now subsidizing that sick population.
Yeah, but
all of that could have been done.
But see, here's the thing. The rub, it seems to me, from the Freedom Caucus was that the proposal did not reduce premiums fast enough because Jim Jordan was one, a congressman from Ohio, argued that, per the CBO's scoring, premiums may continue to rise in the short term, and over the course of the next 7 to 8 years, they decline. I mean, according to, again, CBO projections, which I don't know how much we should take those as gospel, but would decline by kind of on average 10% over the course of 7 or 8 years. But we wouldn't see the immediate reductions in premium costs at present, and that seems to be the main sticking point of the Freedom Caucus. What do you say to that argument?
If Jim Jordan doesn't know enough to ignore everything the CBO says on healthcare policy, I can't help the man. They have been wrong on everything pertaining to healthcare policy.
So you believe that people would have seen, on balance, again, if you pool those high-risk individuals, you think most people would have seen a near immediate reduction in their premiums?
Of course they would. In addition to that, we would be re-incentivizing young people to re-enter the health insurance market. Community rating failed in 12 states before it became federal law, where you charge older people 3 times more, maximum 3 times more than what you charge younger people, meaning that the base price for younger people is exponentially higher because you can only charge older people 3 times more. Going back to a 5-to-1 ratio means that the base premium on young people will be much smaller because older people can be charged up to 5 times more. So it would lower premiums immediately for younger people. We have to re-incentivize younger people to get back into the marketplace. We need them because they don't have claims actuarially and statistically for years. But all of that doesn't matter, because if we don't get the individual health insurance marketplace back into a place where people have options, we have lost, Dan, and no one's reporting on this, 37 health insurance carriers in the last 3 years. 37 carriers, 19 carriers that existed before Obamacare, and 18 Obamacare co-op created health insurance carriers. Something is wrong. And if we don't fix it, my clients who cannot go to see Northwestern, University of Chicago, Rush, the Anna Robert Lowry Children's Hospital, the people who are sick, they're not going to have options. We're already down to 1 carrier in 1/3 of counties in this country. We have only 3 small carriers left in this state, and they're offering HMOs only. Something has to be done now. People need relief. The busiest day I had in my 21-year career was the day Obamacare was passed, and people were calling to find out more about it. The second busiest day was yesterday, when my clients realized that after we control the House, the Senate, we have a president controlling the executive branch, we couldn't provide any relief for 7 years. We've been like Oliver Twist. More, please. Can I have more, please? When they repeal a little tiny bit of Obamacare, begging for more scraps from the table. Now we can repeal the worst parts of Obamacare. And what does the Freedom Caucus do? They say no after we gave them over and over concessions. They asked for block grants, including per capita. They got it. They asked for able-bodied Medicaid recipients to have a work requirement, at least be looking for work. They got it, right? They got all of these concessions. And when they had a chance to lead, instead of being the party of no, which they rightfully were during Obama's administration, now's the time to lead. They said no. And now we suffer until 2019 because we can't use the budget reconciliation process until next year. We had until the end of May. It's over now, and because of them, we all will now suffer for another at least 1.5 years under Obamacare.
And what do you project that suffering will look like? Because you've had President Trump and others suggest the obvious. You're just describing some of the evidence in support of the idea that Obamacare is imploding, that it's going to continue to get worse. Premiums are going to continue to spike as they did coming into this year. A choice is going to continue to be more restricted and at the whimsy of the government. And so people's access to quality care will essentially worsen at higher prices. That's the argument that's being made. So what is this? What do you see in kind of the near term, the next 1.5 years for health insurance in this country?
That's a very valid argument. Understand, Healthcare Service Corporation, which owns our own Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois here in Illinois, they lost $1.5 billion, not million, billion with a B, last year alone. We're not even talking about the hundreds of millions of dollars they lost the first 2 years into Obamacare. So when they lose these kinds of amounts of money, all they do is restrict choices to the consumer. That's why you can't go to Northwestern, University of Chicago, or Rush. And that's why you have only HMOs. And that's what we're going to see as we go forward. Fewer carriers, a larger monopoly than we already have, And the only people that will suffer will be the American people.
And do you see, and we're going to talk to somebody in this practice, do you see a movement for those who are able to concierge care, to walking away from the government, walking away from health insurance companies, out-of-pocket payments to providers, cutting out all the middlemen?
Absolutely. I already see people going to these Christian sharing programs, which work, as long as you stay healthy, but they're not regulated, so there's no financial reserves there. So if you have too many people have too many claims at one time, you're in trouble, as they were in 2012 when Medishare was shut down by a federal judge in Kentucky. There's very great risk to doing these alternative things, but I don't blame people because, Dan, when you can't get a subsidy to lower premiums, which is the vast majority of my clientele, do you know what they're paying for health insurance? It's more than double their mortgage. That's where we're at. The situation is crucial, and it's no longer about ideology. It's about providing for relief, for God's sakes, to the American people we've been begging for 7 years.
It seems to me, I don't know what your experience is with your clients, but it seems to me that a lot of people, frankly, are, to your point about ideology, non-ideological about health care policy, and they get pushed one direction or another by Rand Paul screaming about a new entitlement being the tax credits, or the left screaming about this being a tax cut for insurance companies and the rich, and all of the important issues about health insurance as a means to quality, affordable, reliable care are kind of lost in the political demagoguery coming from both directions.
Yeah, and it really is. It's something that has to be taken seriously at all times. As you said, it's about people's life and death. My brother is dealing with cancer right now and lost access to Rush University Medical Center. I had a client who called me during the open enrollment period, a woman with advanced ovarian cancer. She called me from her hospital bed at Northwestern Memorial Hospital. She was in tears because she was being informed she has to leave the hospital as of January 1st because Blue Cross no longer provides access to that hospital in the individual marketplace. This isn't a game. And I don't care what Rand Paul or anybody else says. I deal with this every single day. And the demagoguery and the lies, Rand Paul out there saying that the tax credit is a new entitlement. A tax credit, if a tax credit is a new entitlement, so is a child tax credit. It just means you keep more of your own money so you can spend it on health insurance. He was demagoguing all of these things that are inside the bill when many of those things were in his repeal bill, including the tax credits. So you have to get beyond the talking heads and actually just take the time to read the bill. It took me 90 minutes, Dan. I was on the air with you the following morning. Stop listening to the talking heads, most of which never read the bill, and just go read the thing.
All right. He is C. Stephen Tucker. He is the founder and principal broker for healthinsurancementors.com. CS, thanks for joining us as always. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Weather today, mostly cloudy, high 50, partly cloudy tonight, low 36. Tomorrow, breezy with some sunshine, giving way to clouds, high of 49. Low tomorrow night, 38. Now let's check the roads with Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Dan. Well, some good news is on the tollways, where they're lighter than usual again today. Northbound Tri-State is stop and go from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. That's the only significant delay. Chicago Expressway is a little different. Eden's inbound. Heavy Devon to the junction. It's 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 23. Kennedy, 33 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 25. The Eisenhower, 49 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 33. Stevenson is jammed, especially from the Rhine to Lakeshore Drive. An hour and 5 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. Outbound 42 minutes, the Rhine 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Got a stall at Roosevelt, the left lane. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, so Fullerton to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
It's a business reality. More B2B leads equals more sales. The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. The Sales Prospecting Group is a local Chicagoland company that has helped hundreds of companies nationwide to secure new business by getting them in the door. Recently, In just 1 week, they set 24 sales appointments within the industrial industry and another 18 sales appointments within the software industry. One client in the medical products industry received more than 1,200 sales leads since mid-January. No contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. Get a custom campaign specifically for your business. They know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get the right people and get you connected with them. The Sales Prospecting Group specializes exclusively on B2B sales. Call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017 at 630-701-9052. Again, 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group. It's time to grow.
Attention. If you or a loved one has been surgically implanted with a hernia mesh implant, you may be at risk. Many mesh products used in hernia surgeries are defective and have been linked to severe complications, including chronic pain, infections, bowel obstruction, internal injury, or the need for corrective surgery. Even the FDA has issued warnings on mesh products. If you or a loved one has a hernia mesh implant and have experienced any of these symptoms, you may be entitled to significant compensation. The team at United Law will provide a free, no-obligation evaluation. With over $1 billion recovered for victims of defective drugs and devices, United Law can help. The deadline to file your claim is approaching fast, and you need to act. So if you or a loved one has a hernia mesh implant that has caused chronic pain, infection, bowel obstruction, internal injury, or the need for corrective surgery, call United Law today and get the compensation you deserve. Call 800-755-5002. 800-755-5002. That's 800-755-5002.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. College campuses are places of quote-unquote emotional coddling and quote-unquote intellectual impoverishment, so wrote leftist New York Times columnist Frank Bruni. The student protesters couldn't look at me directly because if they had, they would have seen another human being, wrote Middlebury College professor Allison Stanger, a self-identified liberal, who suffered a concussion as a result of being assaulted by leftist students protesting the presence of eminent sociologist Dr. Charles Murray on campus. At Middlebury, Stanger was mugged by the reality, quite literally, that there is no safe space for dissent from the established campus orthodoxy. In her description of the violence, Stanger offers the cliched contention that we are at a boiling point. Are we? Were we at a boiling point during the Obama presidency? Or is it more accurate to say that thuggery is what leftist students have been taught since the 1960s by the Che Guevara set in academia and subsequently learned to use alternatively in collaboration with them or against them to extract what they want?
Hi, I'm attorney Stephen Leahy, and I help business owners, 1099 employees, and those with unfiled tax returns solve their IRS problems. And I'm also the host of the IRS Radio Hour.
And I'm Jim Leahy, the co-host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here every Sunday evening at 5 on AM 560.
The Answer. I know you want a local attorney you can look in the eye and hold accountable for solving your IRS problem, not some big box outfit without a Chicago connection. So today we have a special offer. A good night's sleep.
A good night's sleep? Are you trying to give away a pillow?
Great guess, Jim. But no, I want to help people solve the problems that are keeping them up at night. If you fear the IRS will take away your money, freeze your bank account, garnish your wages, visit your home or job, and now they can take away your passport, you need to hire me to solve your IRS problem for good.
Call attorney Stephen Leahy, your Chicago IRS answer man at 312-664-6649, 312-664-6649, and get the IRS out of your business and your life for good.
If you think trains will stop if they see a car on the tracks, you're right, they will. About a mile after they hit you. In 2015 alone, 230 people were killed at railroad crossings. Don't become the next fatality. Stop. Trains can't. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Your business is growing, which means now you need to hire more people.
Oh, the searching. The emails. Where do we start?
ZipRecruiter. Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, ZipRecruiter makes hiring simple. One click and your job is posted to over 200 job sites. Use ZipRecruiter's dashboard to easily screen and evaluate candidates and find the right hire fast. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. Now try ZipRecruiter free. Just click the banner now or go to ZipRecruiter.com/easyhire. That's ZipRecruiter.com/easyhire.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Dave Geiselhart, president and owner of Home Trust Mortgage and customer of Signature Bank. When the large banks turned away from the mortgage lending industry during the financial crisis, I turned to locally owned Signature Bank. Signature Bank stepped in and helped me expand our business at a time when the larger banks wouldn't. Today, I'm proud to say Home Trust Mortgage has been able to expand our business in Illinois and the Great Lakes region. We couldn't have done that without the help of Signature Bank. Signature Bank truly helps Chicago businesses like mine grow and thrive. That's why we also became personal customers and shareholders of Signature Bank, Chicago's business bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. And this interesting story. The house that Long Duck Dong built is on the market. 3022 Payne Street in Evanston. That's the 16 Candles home. Back on the market, this time for $1.425 million.
What's happening, hot stuff?
I'll tell you what's happening. This is the owners of the home, Beth and Stephen Miles, bought the house in 2006 for $1.25 or $1.51 in 2017 dollars. So they're losing money on the home. But here's something interesting. The Miles have paid $211,000 in property taxes on the home in the last decade. That's according to Cook County Recorder of Deeds. Their bill in 2015, $21,961 on that home, 16% higher than in real terms than the year they purchased it, even though the home has fallen in value. It's another property tax story in addition to the feel-good story about remembering 16 Candles for children of the 80s like myself. Molly Ringwald not included in the home.
Who knew John Hughes was such a good real estate agent?
I'll tell you.
That's two houses up on the North Shore that he's increased value.
Well, exactly. But he needs to come back to life and make more movies up there in order to keep the property values keeping pace with the property taxes. Unfortunately, coming up, we were talking to C. Stephen Tucker about concierge care. Let's talk to somebody who's actually practicing such a practice. He is Dr. Chad Savage, Your Choice Direct Care. We'll talk to him at 7:37 after we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
39 degrees, cloudy skies. And there's big business news this morning. American Airlines is the mover, and they're making a big investment in a Chinese carrier. $200 million is the price tag for an almost 3% stake in China's Southern Airlines, the largest of China's 3 state-owned airlines. The deal still needs approval from regulators. President Trump starting to roll back climate change rules initiated by the Obama administration. Today, he's expected to sign an executive order initiating a new EPA review of the Clean Power Plan. The order also overturns a ban on coal mining on federal land. The world's biggest online retailer is getting even bigger. Amazon expanding its reach with the purchase of Souq.com for $650 million. Souq is the biggest online retailer in the Middle East. State police tell us no victims have been found after gunshots were fired on the Eisenhower Expressway on Chicago's west side near Kedzie. Federal officials say an immigration agent in Chicago shot and wounded a man while ICE agents were trying to make an arrest. It happened yesterday in the Belmont-Cragen neighborhood as the special agent was attempting to arrest a young man when a second individual pointed a weapon at ICE officials. IDOT says it will release $4.2 million to repair 2 key Chicago bridges. The Transportation Secretary says the bridges scheduled for work carry Lakeshore Drive over Lawrence and Wilson. And a federal appeals court has restored a lawsuit blaming Home Depot for not firing a Chicago area supervisor with a history of sexual harassment who ended up strangling a 21-year-old pregnant subordinate. The 7th U.S. Circuit reversed a lower court decision to toss that lawsuit. The case stems from the killing of Alicia Broomfield and her unborn child by Supervisor Brian Cooper. Blackhawks blow a 4-1 lead and a 5-4 overtime loss to the Lightning in Tampa. Bulls back in action Thursday. Baseball in the desert. Indians over the Cubs. White Sox down the Dodgers. The news service of Geico Chicago. Hey, Chicago, Geico now has even more ways to save you money. Your local Geico agent is ready to deliver the personal service you need with the savings you love. 773-582-AUTO. 773-582-AUTO for your local Geico agent. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee. You own or run a business. This is a conversation about one of those gotta-haves, fire and safety equipment. I know it's easy to set it and kind of forget it, except for the mandatory inspections. But think about faulty or ineffective fire and safety equipment. When something bad happens, the business stops. That's never a good thing, and something to avoid. Illinois Fire and Safety is offering you a free audit. Illinois Fire and Safety. If you have the right stuff, you can sleep well. If you don't, they can show you how to change that. It's a simple fact. Fire and Safety is their only business, and their guys are the best. They're trained well, and they think like you. From a single unit to a huge manufacturing facility, Illinois Fire and Safety can handle it. Do an audit. Fire and Safety is really something you don't want to roll the dice with. Illinois Fire and Safety, a company that shares the same values as you do. Let's do that fire and safety audit. 630-629-2413. I know it's sometimes hard to write down numbers, so here's where you can get it. IllinoisFire.com.
I own a fast food restaurant that was broken into early this morning. They tore the alarm panel right off the wall, and alarm detection systems came in the same day to replace it.
Same-day service is available to all of our customers. Never worry about your security system. Get to know Alarm Detection Systems. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
I'm living alone for the first time in 40 years, and I'm worried something might happen to me.
Live independently with a medical alert device from Alarm Detection Systems. Setup is easy, and 24/7 emergency assistance monitoring is included. Alarm Detection Systems is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
7:36 and a check of the roads. Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center time. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Central. It's 33 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. Edens, 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 22. The Eisenhower, 50 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 34. Stevenson is an hour and 9 minutes from 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40 minutes. Ryan, 42 minutes, 95th to downtown. It's jammed. Garfield to Roosevelt with a stall in the left lane. Northbound Tri-State delays are from Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways are lighter than normal, and traffic is a service of Accountants. They know that your business needs can change in an instant, from increased workload to staff absences. Accountants can help by providing accounting and finance professionals on a temporary or project basis whenever and wherever you need them. Call today. Accountants, a Robert Half company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Cloudy and 50 today. Partly cloudy, 36 overnight. 41 at O'Hare, 38 along Chicago's lakefront. Next news comes up at 8, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, well, hear about it from your friends. Find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, Amy is a little bit under the weather. Maybe she's at Your Choice Direct Care getting some primary care for her cold. We were talking to C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com at the top of the hour about a number of things related to the Republican Party's failure to replace Obamacare and its impact on the individual health insurance market. I wonder if this is good news for concierge medical services providers like Your Choice Direct Care, like the Oklahoma Surgery Center that we've spoken about before on this show, where you actually have something you don't normally get when you've got either a health insurance company or the government as your middleman between your provider and you. Actual prices for that you can comparison shop based upon, prices for services, prices for membership. Will the failure of Obamacare and the failure of the Republican Party to replace Obamacare with something that does a better job of connecting consumer to provider be a boon to concierge service providers? Well, why don't we ask one? He is Dr. Chad Savage, and he is the founder of Your Choice Direct Care. Dr. Savage, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on the show today. And I would just say that had Amy come here, she would clearly be back to work already.
Of course, and she'd be financially better for the experience. I mean, I'm looking at your website, which is yourchoicedirectcare.com. Membership rates, if you're 0 to 39 years old, $39 a month, 40 to 59, $49 a month, 60 to 69, $59, age 70 over $69 a month. And then you've got prices for other things too. It's like it's $12 to get a flu shot and this and that. Give us a sense of what, in terms of the primary care services you provide, the cost of those quality services versus if I'm going to my doctor through Blue Cross Blue Shield, or I'm on Medicare, or I'm on Medicaid. Did you have a sense of the market compare in terms of out of pocket?
Oh, absolutely. And it's not even close, ironically. A lot of times in the healthcare system today, the costs are actually kind of hidden. You hide it through deferred wages for insurance plans or other ways. So $39 is for unlimited visits. So if someone sees us today, that month is $39. If they see us next week, it's still the $39 that they paid for the month. There's no co-pays. There's nothing. It's unlimited visits at that rate at that age. And then we try to make it even more cost-effective by throwing in wholesale prices on labs, imaging, and medications, and a lot, because we recognize that though the ideal is the patient controls those dollars and spends them as they see fit without all the middlemen involved in the system, sometimes today people get plans through their employer that maybe theoretically pay for primary care services, so we try to decrease the aggregate spend of that patient. Meaning, if they're going to spend $50 on a med, that we can get them for $4, they just saved more than the cost of the membership on the medicine alone. So we effectively made ourselves free, and they threw in their doctor for free.
Well, and it seems to me you're the rare doctor who has a clear understanding of Econ 101. Things like $1 today is worth more than $1 tomorrow. 2 months free per year for patients who pay annually. 1 month free for patients who pay quarterly. 10% off for spouses. It's a volume game. So this is, I mean, you're running this like a business, but that's kind of what it's supposed to be, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The hope is that as this takes root, and I will say there's a growing number of doctors who are doing what we are doing, and I'm actually not the originator of the concept. Dr. Josh Umber down at Atlas MD in Wichita is probably the originator of the model I'm doing, and there's a Dr. Jill Green, I believe it's MedLogic in the Chicago area, is doing something similar. As more and more doctors do this, I actually think it'll get to the crux of the problem, which is fixing the prices in medicine. The prices in medicine are so incredibly out of whack that the only way you can sustain them is to subsidize them, which seems to be each fix that is proposed for health care is just talking about, well, you need to make it affordable by subsidizing it further. But all that does is perpetuate the false pricing structure.
Right. I mean,
we need to get,
yes. Yeah, it's
we need to get competition into the system.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand why. So we subsidize college tuition, and that's the thing that has outpaced everything over the last 30 years in terms of price. So what you subsidize, you get more of. So you say you're extending this kind of Byzantine pricing system that is frankly unknowable. This is Steve Forbes' great formulation on healthcare, right? It's the one business where nobody knows what the prices are, and when you have an increased demand, they call that a crisis. Yeah, I mean, it's just odd. I'm looking at the cost for testing, too. I mean, MRI tests as low as $275, X-rays $37. when I've had to go in and get those, if I look at, to the extent I can decipher my bill from my health insurance provider, I mean, it's five to 7 times those prices.
Yeah, and there needs to be a corrective signal, and prices are that corrective signal. And when people, have transparency of prices and control those dollars, they behave as consumers, and just like they do in every other industry. But that does not occur to a large extent in healthcare, and that's why we get these totally fabricated, prices. And again, if it's hidden, people kind of stop looking. They go, "Oh, it's the bill I just saw, it said $5,000. Who cares? It was paid for by my insurance."
Right.
But what they don't think about is the reason their premiums are astronomical is because these false prices are perpetuated through the system.
Right.
So we believe that if doctors, providers, laboratories, and everybody else start competing with each other, and for example, I have a certain price, and in medicine, everything's very fixed. There's actually a committee called the Relative Value Committee that sets the prices across the entire United States, basically. It's a 31-member panel that sets the prices. They send them to CMS and the government. Medicare largely rubber stamps those prices, and then every insurance company bases their reimbursement rates based on a percentage above the Medicare rate. So when you think about that, if you actually connect all those dots, it means it's very centrally controlled. A 31-member panel essentially sets the prices for services across the United States. That's why they don't vary much, at least from doctor's office visit to doctor office visit. And what that means is you've eliminated the normal market signals for competition. So, if Joe down the street is a doctor who's giving a better price than I'm giving, I either have to lower my price or give a higher quality of service. Either way, it's good for the patient, and that is not existent largely in the system today.
Well, right, and I mean, why would price controls work any better in healthcare than they work for any other good or services? So I suppose my question then is, we know how this is for you, and this is why you started this business. What about the market feedback you're getting from your patients in terms of their experience doing this versus doing the traditional third-party payer?
Oh, we've been very blessed. I do have to quickly say that we are not an insurance company, so we do still encourage people to have coverage options of some sort, either a very inexpensive, high-deductible catastrophic plan, or there's something called Christian Health Sharing,
right?
Like Liberty and MediShare and the others, and you may be aware of those. And those are coverage options that are usually a third the cost of normal insurance. But anyway, if they do that right, and they link us with our good prices to an inexpensive coverage option, they can literally save thousands. They're thrilled. They're getting better care, same-day accessibility, 30-minute to 1-hour visits. And by having that same-day accessibility, by having smaller patient panels, people can get in to see us and in many situations avoid going to the ER. I mean, not in all situations. If they're having a stroke, they should still go immediately to the ER. That is a catastrophe. That is when catastrophe insurance or catastrophic insurance should kick in. But for routine things, why do you have a trauma team sitting around on standby with crash carts and trauma surgeons at the ER waiting for somebody to come in with a cold? It's an incredibly inefficient use of your resources. They want us, in the primary care community, a doctor and a nurse, to have extra capability to accommodate those people. And that's what hopefully we accomplish.
Over at margarinerevolution.com, which is a blog run by a couple of economists at George Mason, Alex Tabarrok makes the point that we should talk a little bit about the supply side of healthcare in this country, too. He talks about investing in more spend on medical research for intractable diseases, demand for price transparency from hospitals, which you've been talking about a little bit. He also mentions increase the supply of physicians despite an aging population and greater demand. The number of MDs per person has been trending downwards. Well, I suppose part of that is because maybe they don't enjoy the oligopolistic marketplace in which they're operating now, and maybe providers like your business will encourage more people back into the medical field.
Yeah, that's the hope. I mean, not only do you have a decreasing number of doctors, given the aging population, but the bureaucracy's actually made them less efficient. They've shown in recent years the average doctor has been able to accommodate 20% fewer patients than they did between 2010 and 2014. And if you think about that, what that means is that added bureaucratic waste of productivity of the doctors is essentially an entire day a week gone, lost to that doctor being able to produce, that instead is now redirected to bureaucratic activities like clicking buttons on a computer screen to make sure we get the payments and to be data entry clerks. And if this is a limited resource, and one of the great values in the medical system is the limited time resource of the doctor, this is an incredible misuse of that precious time resource that should be focused on the patients.
So your experience with Your Choice Direct Care, your business, both with your colleagues and with your patients, is that you guys enjoy doing, getting more time to do what you do, which is to treat your patients. The patients get more kind of individualized attention at a lower cost, and kind of everybody enjoys the experience a lot more, and it's a better model for you as a medical professional.
Undoubtedly. And I mean, some of the things that you just don't even realize until I made the shift about 2 years ago. And I was very blessed to do it. And I was, I'm into my 40s, and I had been doing this for about, 13, 14 years when I made the switch. And I just found that the quality of care diminished just immeasurably. We weren't making eye contact with our patients. We were rushing in, rushing out. And we always tried to focus and give them as best care as possible, but our attention was so split and our time was so limited that in 5, 6, 7-minute visits, it was impossible to offer the care and compassion. And even though we're trained to say things like, do you have any other questions, before leaving, when I was in the insurance model, we were so immensely overworked that in the physician's head, you're going, oh, please, don't say there's anything more, because you had to run to the next room. But what's beautiful in this model is we're offered enough time by having a more limited patient census and actually making it cheaper for those patients, that when we have 30 minutes to an hour to dedicate to each of our patients, and we ask them if they have any more questions, we actually mean it. And I don't have shivers go up my spine when they say yes. I go, okay, great. Well, how do we solve these problems for you? And it's a blessing. So yeah, you'd ask, was it rewarding? It's actually restored my faith in the practice of medicine, which is the whole reason I did it.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you got to think about it. Your middle career, I was very blessed. I had a burgeoning, very busy insurance-based practice. It was financially very successful for me. Why would I throw that away? And it's because I thought, despite its financial reward, the practice of medicine had become untenable. And I just couldn't do that. I didn't go into primary care. I mean, don't get me wrong, everybody likes to make a good living, but I didn't go into primary care to become rich. I would have, done a super subspecialty if that's what I had desired to do. I did it because the promise was, if you go into primary care, you get these wonderful long-term relationships. You get this, rapport with the patient, but that had been just leached out of the system because of all the bureaucracy. What I love is by eliminating the vast majority of the bureaucratic activities that we used to have to do, we have restored that sense of being a primary care doctor. I love taking care of my patients, and my patients appreciate what we're doing for them. They recognize the money we're saving them, and the fact that we give them better care. We have wonderful, happy patients. And one thing that I didn't recognize again until I made the switch was we almost never have anybody angry in our office anymore. That may sound like a weird thing to say, but in the insurance-based practice, and any doctors listening will experience this, that you have people coming in every day who you hear them yelling at your receptionist because they got a bill that they didn't understand.
Right.
It's very, very, it's a Rube Goldberg contraption, the billing systems under the insurance model. And that they have a high deductible, but they have an insurance, so they don't understand when they have a $5,000 deductible that they're paying out of pocket. They say, how can I pay cash? Well, if you have a $5,000 deductible, you are paying cash. You are just getting a lousy price. And sadly, they experience that, get a $300 bill for an office visit, including EKG and other things, and they're irate about it. Well, I have insurance. I'm paying $700 a month for this insurance. What do you mean charging me $300 on top of that? And they inappropriately direct their anger towards the doctor. So we were always being yelled at for things we had no control over. So now I have patients who aren't yelling at us. I have patients who are vigorously thanking us for what we've done for them. And it's not, it's not all for them either. We enjoy it, maybe not. Again, there is a financial reward of being in the practice of medicine, but we love it because we wake up in the morning, we like coming to work again. There is immense reward in being able to care for other people. That in and of itself is incredibly rewarding.
Well, it's
all the time, and I'm
it's
sorry to ramble.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's a great story. It's a great business model. I hope it scales for you as well as for others. Dr. Chad Savage, he is the founder of Your Choice Direct Care, yourchoicedirectcare.com. Check it out. Dr. Savage, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Dan.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Doctor? 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 Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? Doctor? And doctor. Well, we miss anyone?
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
Makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being, let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know. This was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
Does a supermarket have the right to display offensive magazines if their employees are offended? This is Law and Justice with Jay Sekulow.
I am frankly fed up with all of the so-called software magazines in Sports Illustrated, reflected by the swimsuit issues in Cosmo and Red Book. And as an employee with these stores that sell this type of material, would this come under some type of hostile work environment harassment law?
If it was the sale of what's deemed to be a pornographic magazine or something that is coming awful close to that, I think the answer is yes. The issue is whether, in fact, these magazines or a particular magazine would qualify. You would hope in this day and time that employers would be sense enough to understand that creating a hostile work environment based on selling magazines of sexual orientation or sexual practice would be something that they would not want to do because of potential legal liability.
Get involved. Find out how at aclj.org. That's aclj.org.
This is Ed Rollins. President Donald Trump has nominated Neil Gorsuch for the Supreme Court, and we need millions of Americans to pick up the phone right now and to deliver your voice directly to your senator. This is the most critical moment in modern history that will define the future of our country. Radical liberals like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi have vowed to block President Trump's nomination by all means possible. We need millions of Americans to call 800-939-5885 to send your voice directly to your senator to demand the immediate confirmation of Judge Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. This could be the most important phone call you will ever make for the future of our country. Please call 800-939-5885 and put the pressure on the U.S. Senate to confirm President Trump's nominee. Again, call 800-939-5885. Please help pressure the Senate to confirm Neil Gorsuch and help Donald Trump make America great again. Call now.
Paid for by Great America PAC, which is responsible for the content of this message. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. GreatAmericaPAC.com.
Mimi Järvi and the Chicago Symphony Orchestra return to Edmund Memorial Chapel at Wheaton College Friday, April 21st. The program opens with Arvo Pärt's Fratre, followed by Bartók's First Violin Concerto featuring CSO Concertmaster Robert Chen. Closing the program is Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony. Don't miss the CSO at Edmund Memorial Chapel at Wheaton College Friday, April 21st. For tickets, visit cso.org.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My water heater broke down.
Sorry, but your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover water heater breakdowns.
So what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my water heater?
I'm afraid not.
But his water heater could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus components of 20 other major home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. Home insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Life happens. Have a plan. Get a home warranty from American Home Shield. For valuable free information, call 1-800-300-2127. That's 1-800-300-2127. 1-800-300-2127.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face. And posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Can a law-abiding city also be a welcoming city? We'll answer that question at 8:08, but now we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan, here are the stories we're following. An Aurora man convicted in the murder of his ex-girlfriend. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. President Trump's critics have successfully sued to block his travel ban executive orders, so environmentalists hope for the same, threatening lawsuits over the order the president will sign today undoing EPA regulations. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
The executive order that will be signed by the president at the EPA will lift carbon dioxide limits on power plants, resume the sale of coal from federal land, and end Obama-era mandates that agencies consider global warming in a broad range of decisions. EPA Administrator Scott Pruitt.
As far as energy independence, it's going to create jobs in the oil and gas sector, in the energy sector, the coal sector across the country.
Critics see it differently, arguing that the order aimed at undoing former President Obama's sweeping plan to curb global warming will not immediately boost demand for American coal. Dave?
John, sanctuary cities are vowing to battle the White House threat to cut off federal funding if they keep protecting illegal immigrants who commit crimes. Fox's Tanya J. Powers, live here in New York.
Officials from cities including San Francisco, Seattle, Denver, Chicago, and Philadelphia gathered on Monday here in New York City
to do everything in our power to defend our communities and to defy injustice.
That is New York City Council Speaker Melissa Mark Viverito. They promised to continue blocking cooperation between city police departments and federal immigration officials. The Trump administration has threatened to withhold or claw back funding from any city that, quote, willfully violates immigration laws, Dave.
Tanya, the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Republican Devin Nunes is reflecting Democrat calls for him to step aside from the probe into Russian interference in the presidential campaign and if there are any Trump ties.
I'm sure that the Democrats do want me to quit. Because they know that I'm quite effective.
Nunes angered Democrats going to the White House right after he says he learned Trump associates were caught up in Obama administration surveillance that had nothing to do with Russia. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
39 degrees, cloudy skies. Winds are gusting out of the north at 10 this morning. It's 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. State police say no victims have been found after gunshots were fired on the Eisenhower Expressway on Chicago's west side near Kedzie. All inbound lanes were temporarily closed. Mayor Emanuel standing firm, he says, on Chicago's status as a sanctuary city.
We're still going to be and always will be a welcoming city, whether you're an immigrant from Poland or Pakistan, Ireland or India, or Mexico or Moldova, where my grandfather came.
The head of the U.S. Justice Department said yesterday he'll cut federal funding to cities, counties, or states that shelter illegal immigrants.
Countless Americans would be alive today, and countless loved ones would not be grieving today if these policies of sanctuary cities were ended.
Attorney General Jeff Sessions. Chicago man wanted in connection with a alleged carjacking spree has been arrested in Georgia and extradited back to this state. Chicago police announcing that Carnell King faces 4 felony counts of aggravated vehicular hijacking with a firearm. Federal appeals court has restored a lawsuit blaming Home Depot for not firing a Chicago area supervisor with a history of sexual harassment who ended up strangling a 21-year-old pregnant subordinate. The 7th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals reversed a lower court decision to toss that lawsuit. The Case stems from the killing of Alicia Broomfield and her unborn child by her supervisor, Brian Cooper. Blackhawks blow a 4-1 lead and end up losing to the Lightning in Tampa 5-4. Bulls back in action Thursday. Baseball in the desert. Indians over the Cubs. And the White Sox down the Dodgers. The news, a service of Accountemps when you could use help closing your books and need additional staffing. It's time to call Accountemps. They can provide you with bookkeepers and other accounting and finance professionals on a temporary project basis. And fast. Call today. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. It's 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat from the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro. Here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Texas-based Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen is being sold. Darden Restaurants is buying the chain for $780 million in cash. Darden owns Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse, and the Capitol Grill. Cheddar's Scratch Kitchen promotes itself as making everything from scratch. Ford is expected to make a major announcement this morning. President Trump tweeted Ford will be investing in 3 Michigan plants, creating jobs. The Detroit News says the investment is in Ford's Michigan assembly plant, Flat Rock assembly plant, and Romeo engine plant. Samsung is getting ready to unveil its new smartphone and hopes to restore its reputation after the Note 7 had to be recalled and canceled last year. MarketWatch says the Galaxy S8 smartphone will debut tomorrow and will go on sale in April. The Dow was down 45 yesterday, NASDAQ up 11. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Jenny Cosola.
Are you buying or selling a business or starting a business? Maybe you have legal problems with a business partner or employees, or are just drowning in new regulations. You need the support of a law firm that concentrates in a wide range of business law and tax matters. You need the corporate team at Kelleher & Buckley. Whether you're a local mom and pop shop, middle market business, or a large corporation or franchise, they provide cost-effective legal solutions to help your businesses thrive. The lawyers of Kelleher & Buckley focus on targeted legal advice tailored to meet the specific needs of your business. You deserve competent legal representation from a law firm maintaining a high level of knowledge about the ever-changing laws governing businesses. One that also includes accountants and tax specialists on board to provide your business bottom-line solutions. Kelleher & Buckley, LLC of North Barrington and Chicago is a legal solution provider that also includes estate planning, asset protection, life insurance planning, and litigation. Keep your business on track. Call 847-382-9130 or online at kelleherbuckley.com.
If you're a CPAP user, soap and water cleaning may leave harmful bacteria, viruses, and mold that can make you sick. That alone will keep you up at night. Until now, SoClean.com is the world's first and only automated, hands-free CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. SoClean kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs without soap, water, harsh chemicals, or even equipment disassembly. And now, you can try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-224-8181.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean's revolutionary design makes it easy to clean your CPAP and protect you against CPAP-related illnesses. Plus, SoClean works with all popular CPAP devices to clean them in minutes. It really is that easy. Don't risk your health. Call SoClean.com now to try it risk-free for 30 days. Call 1-800-224-8181. This offer won't last. Call now. 800-224-8181. 800-224-8181.
8:07, and a check of your roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Always the very latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Things have cleared up nicely on the Edens. It's 19 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Kennedy has delays from Montrose to the Burn Circle. 37 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 27 from Montrose, 22 in the Express. Outbound, 11 minutes to Montrose, 26 to O'Hare. The Eisenhower runs 57 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. 43 from Manheim. Outbound just 31 to Thorndale. Stevenson's heavy. Delay starting at Harlem. An hour and 8 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 36 minutes. The Ryan. 52 minutes. 95th to downtown. A stall at Roosevelt just cleared out of the left lane. Outbound fine at 15 minutes.
Lakeshore Drive, southbound slow Wilson to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson, northbound from 31st to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-State, heavy Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. The other tollways are fine. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Enjoy your spring break on traffic. Won't even be that good next week when Chicago goes on spring break. It'll be a little worse. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly cloudy, high 50. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 36. Breezy tomorrow with some sunshine giving way to clouds, high 50. Cloudy at night with periods of late night rain, low tomorrow night 39. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 41 at O'Hare and 41 at Midway, 38 in Lansing. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k rollover specialist. Heard Saturday mornings at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Although there's no Amy today, she's a bit under the weather, so she'll ideally be back tomorrow when we're on location in Palatine, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour. And yesterday, Attorney General Jeff Sessions took to the podium after Sean Spicer was done fielding questions by the D.C. press corps about the failure of Republicans to move the White House-backed Obamacare replacement legislation. And Sessions had an announcement on sanctuary cities because the 200 or so jurisdictions that have self-designated as sanctuary cities are digging in, most of them. Not Miami-Dade, but places like Chicago run by machine hacks like Tiny Dancer, they're digging in. Just as, oh, by the way, I mean, digging in everywhere are Democrats. Chris Coons, Democrat from Bidenland, said yesterday, Gorsuch not going to have 60 votes, so you better ready the launch codes, Mitch McConnell. Same thing's happening on immigration policy. They see this as an opportunity to play to their base, and it's also very narrow cast as well. Tiny Dancer sees this as an opportunity to make incursions into particularly the Latino community in the city of Chicago as he contemplates his 2019 reelection, and if he is able to navigate the field in 2019, a 2020 presidential run. And it's not a sanctuary city anymore. Tiny Dancer, as you've heard on Mike Scott's newscast, calls it a welcoming city. You control the language, you change the world. That's the left's posture. You can create your own language by redefining it. Create your own world, I should say, by redefining the language. That's what they've done on a range of topics. Why not do it in immigration policy as well? That's what he's done. A welcoming city, not a sanctuary city. Well, Tiny Dancer can call it whatever he wants. Jeff Sessions has a message for him. Let's try that again. No, Jeff Sessions doesn't have a message for him. Okay, well, the message that Jeff Sessions delivered yesterday was sanctuary cities, at least with the budget that he has at the Department of Justice, are going to be defunded. That's what's going to happen. And so that means millions of dollars to law enforcement, both on the police side as well as the prosecutor side in Chicago and Cook County, both of which are sanctuary city designees. And if other agencies follow suit, that could get into the billions of dollars for the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. Although that doesn't bother Tiny Dancer, and what are we to make of his indifference? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. I suppose this is an opportunity, or this is a play by the Trump administration to change the conversation a little bit to other policy areas, but it's also something that demands a response from the White House, given the centrality of this issue in Trump's presidential campaign. And it demands a response because of the stories that continue to seep out across our fruited plains. The Maryland story of the 14-year-old girl who was raped at a high school by two individuals, allegedly, who are not allegedly, they are here illegally. Yesterday, a development in that case as the 18-year-old who was arrested in connection with that rape. His father, upon review, also arrested after it was revealed he, too, is unlawfully in the United States from Guatemala. That's the Maryland case. We had the case in Nassau County, New York. Tommy Ventura, deported 4 times. And here's what Tommy Ventura, who is a gang member affiliated with MS-13 from El Salvador, did when he came back after being deported 4 times.
Nassau County Police Commissioner called this case one of the most heinous of his career. 31-year-old Tommy Ventura is accused of sexually assaulting his girlfriend's 2-year-old daughter, along with beating the little girl in the head. The toddler had to have surgery to repair the damage. When the mother found out, Ventura is then accused of stabbing and beating her. The known gang member, prosecutors said, also stabbed another woman outside a bar, leaving her in serious condition with a collapsed lung. Police Commissioner Thomas Crumpter said,
Ventura has been previously deported on 4 separate occasions, and the last time on 12/12/2011.
Ventura pleaded not guilty in court after the hearing. A family member of his, visibly upset, passed out in the hallway.
And so while Jeff Sessions was laying out his edict from Department of Justice yesterday, there was an incident in Chicago, a man shot by ICE agent in the Belmont-Cragen neighborhood. 53-year-old Felix Torres shot in his left arm, 6100 block of West Grand Avenue, about 6:20 a.m. yesterday morning. Spokesman for ICE said that agents were attempting to arrest a person when a second person pointed a weapon toward the agents, and as a result, the agent fired his gun and wounded the man. This is under investigation. We don't know the facts. The ICE is claiming one thing. Relatives of Mr. Torres, such as his daughter, are claiming something else.
They shot my dad, and we don't know why they shot him. We tried to call the ambulance. They didn't let us come out because they were pointing guns everywhere in the house.
Yeah. So I don't know the facts of that case, but listen to the responses from Chicago politicians. 36th Ward Alderman Gilbert Villegas. They're treating our office, meaning his office, like we're nobody. So that tells me that I have to talk to the congressmen and the senators to get some answers on the issue, but this is very alarming. So a politician supporting sanctuary city status designation, so saying I will not cooperate with ICE, is upset that ICE won't cooperate with him and apprise him of what they're doing to work around the political class in Chicago and do their job. You understand the flow here? It goes on. It gets worse. State Senator Omar Aquino released this statement. I'm saddened and disturbed to hear that a man was shot in the arm by ICE agents this morning in Belmont-Cragen. While it is important to wait for all the facts, stories like this should make everybody nervous about living in Donald Trump's America. I guess we're not going to wait for the facts. Aquino goes on, the immigrants that I represent, both documented and undocumented, should be able to contribute to our communities without worrying about government harassment. We must continue to work at the local and state level to protect rights that are under attack at the federal level. 34th Ward Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa released a statement. Quote, my heart goes out to Felix Torres and the 8 members of his family terrorized by ICE's early morning guns blazing raid. ISIS's guns blazing raid on a Northwest Side home filled with sleeping kids is exactly why the city of Chicago should refuse to collaborate with ICE. ICE routinely violates the American people's constitutional rights. The guns blazing ICE raid deepens my resolve to organize my community so we can keep each other safe from the threat posed by ICE. If you were scoring at home, that was 3 guns blazing ICE references in 4 sentences. So there's your response from Chicago politicians. And Tiny Dancer digging in. Why do you think that is? Maybe this is a way to demagogue an issue for with respect to a constituency he desires and move people's attention away from other structural problems in the city of Chicago. So, for example, last week, Governor Rauner rightly vetoed legislation that would have been a can kick for 2 City of Chicago pension funds. One city workers, the other laborers. In 2005, those two employee pension funds paid out $999 million to 29,286 retirees. This ChicagoCityWire.com story, it's paper I own. According to the Illinois Department of Insurance, which tracks public pensions, the 2 funds themselves generated $90 million in investment income that year. Paid out $999 million, generated $90 million in 2015. Where'd they get the other $909 million, you ask? This is why Governor Rauner properly vetoed Tiny Dancer's legislation, because the new city, which would have slightly increased the amount new city employees contribute to those 2 funds, which are to provide for their retirements. It's a Ponzi scheme. Rauner rightly called this trying to fix a drought with a drop of rain. Neither the Municipal Employees Annuity and Benefit Fund of Chicago nor the Laborers and Retirement Board Employees Benefit Fund, the 2 pension funds in question, generate anywhere near what is required to fund promised retirements for their beneficiaries. All 6 operate, if you include the other 4 city pension funds, police, fire, teachers, park district workers. All 6 operate as Ponzi schemes. In 2006, the 2 employee pension funds held a combined $8.5 billion in assets. Since 2006, they have paid out more than that, $8.511 billion to retired City of Chicago workers, while only generating $3 billion in investment returns. Here's the bottom line. The time is running out. These pension funds are going to zero. So I just want to remind you again, in addition to sanctuary cities and the indifference to lawlessness on our streets, you also have the indifference by the Chicago political ruling class to your retirement. If you are one of tens of thousands of Chicagoans or former Chicagoans who moved to another state to enjoy your pensions, who are in any of the 6 city pension funds. In 2023, the City Workers Pension Fund will be $249 million short. Annual benefits that year and in subsequent years will top $1.3 billion. No way. In an $8 billion city budget, annualized. In 2025, the laborers will be $183 million short. Its annual benefit payments in 2025 will reach $238 million. If property taxes were to cover both combined as they go, the obligation alone would require a doubling of city property taxes, as the city's entire property tax levy in 2017 was $1.36 billion. In 2023 and 2025, respectively, the obligations will be north of that by a couple $100 million. The city's entire property tax levy, all of city government, just those 2 pension funds will exceed that tax levy. You'd have to double it just to keep pace for a finite period of time. That's what's happening. So I just raised that issue because when all the city workers and the laborers and all the teachers, all those who continue to vote in lockstep with the Chicago Democrat ruling class, when these pension funds capsize, and they will because there's no interest in structural reform. They don't have to. I'm suggesting they will because there's no political will in this state, although Rauner deserves credit for vetoing this fraudulent can kick that was advanced by the General Assembly to his desk. Just remember who has been trying to salvage your pensions, public sector workers, for these many years when you didn't believe it was going to happen. When it does happen, when your suspension of disbelief runs headlong into reality, just remember it was conservatives like me and many others, including responsible members of the General Assembly who don't believe math is an opinion, and there are some, that were trying to warn you that the bridge was out. And we're trying to work with you to build a bridge. And you told us to go jump off the bridge. Just remember little segments, little conversations like today's when it comes due, because 2023 and 2025 ain't that far off.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Weather today, mostly cloudy, high 50, partly cloudy, low 36 tonight. Tomorrow, breezy with some sunshine, giving way to clouds, high of 49. Low tomorrow, 38. We'll take your calls after we check traffic with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Dan. The North Side Expressways are light at the Eden, says no significant delays right now. Kennedy inbound, heavy Irving Park to the Burn Circle. 36 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 25. The Eisenhower, though, 55 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 40 from Manheim. Outbound 31 to Thorndale. Stevenson is 58 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound now clear. The Ryan really heavy. There was a stall between Taylor and Roosevelt in the left lane. We're looking at 52 minutes. That just ticked down a bit. 46 minutes, 95th to downtown. Still really heavy. Outbound fine at 15. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, slow Irving Park to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound 31st to the Stevenson. Tri-State southbound, slow Dixie Highway to Holstead. There's a crash there in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
It's a business reality. More B2B leads equals more sales. The Sales Prospecting Group is ready to help you take your business to the next level. The Sales Prospecting Group is a local Chicagoland company that's helped hundreds of companies nationwide secure new business by getting them in the door. Recently, in just 1 week, they set 24 sales appointments within the industrial industry, another 18 sales appointments within the software industry. One client in the medical products industry received more than 1,200 sales leads since mid-January. No contract labor or offshore callers. Their in-house staff of business account executives are highly trained, professional, and effective. Get a custom campaign specifically for your business. They know how to navigate complex corporate hierarchies to get to the right people and get you connected with those right people. The Sales Prospecting Group specializes exclusively on B2B sales. Call the Sales Prospecting Group now to learn how they could help your business grow in 2017. 630-701-9052. That number again, 630-701-9052. The Sales Prospecting Group, time to grow.
Are you stuck in a bad home mortgage? Well, join the club that has about 10 million other American families. But I may be able to help you. My name is Lou Bridges. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Lou Bridges & Associates. We've been helping distressed homeowners like you for over 8 years now. Give us a call. We provide free consultations. I guarantee you it will not be a sales pitch. We will give you our honest legal analysis, counsel, recommendations, and advice regarding your options.
We are experts in doing loan modifications successfully. We know the regs. We understand the process. Most importantly, we don't take no for an answer. We fight. We are prepared, and we win. We save houses. We make houses affordable. So if you want to keep your house affordable, contact us.
Go to bridgeslaw.net or call 224-513-1231. That's 224-513-1231.
Remember, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, I guarantee you'll never be alone in this country.
Oh, this roof is so needy.
Call Crumweedy.
How do you spell that?
K-R-U-M-W.
Oh, just go to myroofisneedy.com.
If your roof is needy, call Crumweedy. This is Greg Olson of Crumweedy.
And I'm Mark Olson from Crumweedy. We are a third-generation family-run business, and we have been doing Chicagoland roofs since 1953.
You can't do that unless you do really great roofs. We share the same conservative values as you, and we want to do your roof. Here's what you can expect.
First, no high pressure. You make the choice. Whatever option you choose, count on getting a roof that lasts at a fair price.
You see, application is the key. We follow the manufacturer's specifications so your warranty is intact. A lot of companies don't do that, and that could void your warranty.
Our installation is outstanding. No horror stories here. The roof you need that will fix your problems. When your roof is needy,
call Crumweedy.
Go to myroofisneedy.com. myroofisneedy.com.
End-of-life planning is inevitable for all of us. AffordableFuneralsNetworks.com can help with every aspect of funeral planning. AFNFunerals.com is the first and only online funeral provider that connects families with funeral homes by offering funeral referral services throughout the country. All providers go through a detailed screening process to make sure they are committed to providing services to you and your family that will help relieve the extra burden after losing a loved one. AFNfunerals.com also offers hospice referrals, in-house financing for underinsured or non-insured families, even discounted rates for domestic transportation of your loved one. Exclusive providers are being added to the Affordable Funerals Network, so you can be assured of exceptional pricing and customer service. Call today to find out if there's an AFN funeral provider in your area. Call 888-311-5130. 888-311-5130. 888-311-5130 or visit afnfunerals.com.
If you think trains will stop if they see a car on the tracks, you're right, they will. About a mile after they hit you. In 2015 alone, 230 people were killed at railroad crossings. Don't become the next fatality. Stop. Trains can't. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Your business is growing, which means now you need to hire more people.
Oh, the searching. The emails. Where do we start?
ZipRecruiter. Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, ZipRecruiter makes hiring simple. One click and your job is posted to over 200 job sites. Use ZipRecruiter's dashboard to easily screen and evaluate candidates and find the right hire fast. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. Now try ZipRecruiter free. Just click the banner now or go to ZipRecruiter.com/easyhire. That's ZipRecruiter.com/easyhire.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Balance of Nature is providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Text from 708. We're talking about Chicago pension funds trending towards zero funds, $0 in the not too distant future. Wondering if you can buy credit default swaps on Chicago pension funds. I'd love to short it. Yeah, that does make sense, except there's one caveat that Mark Glennon over at wirepoints.com pointed out to me. There's an implicit property tax payer guarantee. That's how the muni bond analysts justify Chicago borrowing money still. So they expect a property tax increase to cover whatever needs to be covered. So just factor that in, particularly you denizens of Chicago, frankly, residents of Illinois, because Chicago can't get it done. Where do they go with their tin cup? To the State House. So nobody escapes. But we are going to talk to Andrew Klavan, screenwriter, author of The Great Good Thing, A Secular Jew Comes to Faith in Christ, at 8:38. We're going to talk about Obamacare and pick up our discussion on Obamacare replacement and pick up our discussion on sanctuary cities as well. But that's after we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
41 degrees, cloudy skies, and the Trump administration beginning to roll back some climate change rules initiated by the Obama administration through executive order. Today, the Trump administration will initiate an EPA review of the Clean Power Plan and overturn a ban on coal mining on federal land. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell this morning believes the U.S. needs to strengthen its relationship with Israel, saying the Obama administration damaged that relationship.
We all agree on the importance of reaffirming our relationship and charting a new way forward. But to do so, I believe we first need to examine what went wrong over the last 8 years.
Senator McConnell opening the American-Israel Public Affairs Committee Policy Conference today. The Judiciary Committee and the Senate delaying a vote on Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch for a week. Republican South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham on NBC's Today Show saying the president could not have made a better choice than Gorsuch.
Highly qualified. It'll break my heart if we have to change the rules over this guy.
Democratic leaders are maneuvering to try and block Gorsuch through a filibuster. A couple of Miami-Dade police officers recovering after being shot. Miami-Dade Police Director Juan Perez confirms the two undercover officers were part of a homicide task force. High school rape case involving two students who were in the country illegally takes another turn. In court papers filed, an attorney for one of the suspects now claims that sex was consensual, claiming again the 14-year-old victim had texted one of the boys before the incident, agreeing to have sex with him. The attorney for the other defendant, Henry Sanchez, made similar claims last week. State police say no victims have been found after gunshots were fired on the Eisenhower Expressway on Chicago's west side. All inbound lanes were closed for hours while authorities investigated. Mayor Emanuel standing firm on Chicago's status as a sanctuary city, in spite of threats from Attorney General Jeff Sessions to cut funding to those cities. Chicago sports, Blackhawks blowing a 4-1 lead and picking up a 5-4 overtime loss to the Lightning in Tampa. Cactus baseball, Tribe over the Cubs 4-3, White Sox down the Dodgers 5-2, and the news is a service of Napa Auto Parts. With quality parts and more than 90 years of experience, Napa Auto Parts can help you keep just about anything on the road. So, stop by your local Napa store and keep it running longer, stronger with Napa know-how. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Revolutionary Arm & Hammer Slide Non-Stick Clumping Litter slides right out of the litter box with no scrubbing or scraping and provides the confidence of a 7-day odor-free home, guaranteed.
This is Dan Proff with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. College campuses are places of quote-unquote emotional coddling and quote-unquote intellectual impoverishment, so wrote leftist New York Times columnist Frank Bruni. The student protesters couldn't look at me directly because if they had, they would have seen another human being, wrote Middlebury College professor Allison Stanger, a self-identified liberal, who suffered a concussion as a result of being assaulted by leftist students protesting the presence of eminent sociologist Dr. Charles Murray on campus. At Middlebury, Stanger was mugged by the reality, quite literally, that there is no safe space for dissent from the established campus orthodoxy. In her description of the violence, Stanger offers the cliched contention that we are at a boiling point. Are we? Were we at a boiling point during the Obama presidency? Or is it more accurate to say that thuggery is what leftist students have been taught since the 1960s by the Che Guevara set in academia and subsequently learned to use alternatively in collaboration with them or against them to extract what they want?
Harvey owns a building and wants to save money by making his heating and cooling system more energy efficient.
Yes?
But Harvey's afraid of the cost and if he can get a return on his investment.
I am indeed.
Plus, he's nervous about disrupting the businesses that rent space in his building. Harvey doesn't know what to do with an HVAC system that's seen better days.
The Air Comfort problem solvers to the rescue.
Working as a team, the Air Comfort professionals find simple solutions that make a huge impact on building efficiency and operating costs, with minimal or no disruptions to building operations. HVAC upgrades and retrofits from Air Comfort can save thousands of dollars per year. They save energy, reduce maintenance, and eliminate downtime. And buildings with better energy ratings command higher rents and selling prices, and make tenants happy. Get real solutions from the Air Comfort team of problem solvers. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com and start saving money today. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
8:36 and a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. We're seeing delays on the southbound tri-state from I-80 to Holstead, with right lane and the exit ramp are closed due to a crash. Northbound 294, heavy Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. The other tollways are fine. The Edens is clear too. Inbound Kennedy, stop and go Pulaski to the Burn Circle. 42 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 32 from Montrose, 26 in the Express. Outbound 23 minutes to O'Hare. The Eisenhower's 51 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 30. Stevenson, 56 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound fine. The Rhine is 40 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, slow southbound Irving Park to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson, northbound from 31st to the Stevenson. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
41 at O'Hare, and Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Cloudy and 50 today, partly cloudy and 36 overnight. Your next news comes your way at 9, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Joe Walsh here. Man, I'm glad Trump doesn't know how D.C. works. I don't want a politician. That's why I voted for Trump. We'll talk about it tonight when Freedom Fights Back at 5.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Although Amy is under the weather today, so I'm flying solo. She'll be back tomorrow, I think, when we're on location. Part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour will be up at Morcus Chocolate in Palatine, so that'll be a delectable morning. Yesterday, Sean Spicer gave a briefing where he fielded questions, mainly from Jonathan Karl, which is normally what he does, but I think some other reporters got to ask questions too. And it was about, of course, the failure of the House and House Republicans and Speaker Ryan to pass the White House-backed Obamacare replacement legislation. And specifically, is this mean with the Freedom Caucus's obstinance and Trump tweeting yesterday another shot across the bow of the Freedom Caucus for snatching defeat from the jaws of victory? Does this mean it's time to try and work across the aisle with moderate Democrats?
Absolutely. In fact, starting Friday afternoon through late yesterday, he's received a number of calls, as well as other members of the senior staff that had been working on health care from members of both sides, saying that they would like to work together, offer up ideas, and had suggestions about how to come to resolution on this and get to a House vote on this.
I think that's nice in theory, but unless Trump is open to taking a significant left turn, I don't know how you enlist House Democrats, and I don't know what incentive they would have to be enlisted to anything approximating what wasn't good enough for the House Republican caucus as a whole last week. I'm a bit confused by that strategy, unless there's going to be a big leftward turn by the President of the United States, and then you're really going to have the thing crack up if that's the case. For more on this, we're joined by our friend Andrew Klavan, of course, accomplished screenwriter and author of the latest book that we've talked to him about previously, The Great Good Thing, A Secular Jew Comes to Faith in Christ. Andrew Klavan also writes over at Pajamas Media, and he chimed in on the health care bill that wasn't. Andrew Klavan joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us again, Andrew. Appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, Dan. Nice to be here.
So your analysis, you weren't jumping up and down, cheerleading what Paul Ryan advanced, but you think the Freedom Caucus and those holdouts made a mistake by failing to push it over to the Senate.
I do. I'm in a strange position. I mean, I predicted exactly what Trump was going to do. You got to admit, if you go back and read that Friday column before Trump said anything, I said that he was going to try and take a left turn. And my problem is this. I'm a conservative, so I agree with the Freedom Caucus. This is why my position is a little offbeat. I mean, I actually agree with them. I thought the bill was kind of a mess. I thought it was rushed through. It didn't have to go so fast. But look, you got to play the cards you're dealt. You got to deal with the political situation as well as the policy situation. And the political situation is that Donald Trump, as a conservative, is kind of unreliable. He has many times he has said that there should be single-payer, essentially government health care. And he came into office with a lot of great conservative promises that he made, and he clearly was dedicated to keeping his promises, which I think is a good thing about the guy. When he likes to win, and he likes to be with people who like him. And when he found that the Freedom Caucus wouldn't go with him, I knew he was going to start to turn to the left. And I think that was a mistake, a political mistake the Freedom Caucus made. This was Trump's first big legislative move. He's a president who has come under fire like no president that I can remember since maybe Reagan. You know, the press has just been on him. They've worn away his popularity rating. They've created scandals out of nothing. I think the Freedom Caucus, as a matter of political expediency, should have gotten the best bill they could have gotten and let it go through and let the Senate maybe improve it. it's a political thing. You want to strengthen this president so that he can move on to the other things he wants to do, like cut taxes and reform regulations. And the thing is, Dan, it makes it harder to cut taxes if you can't get that $1.2 trillion spending cut that was in this bill. And I mean, that was there. And the Medicaid reform, which I just think was really important and the biggest entitlement reform in maybe 50 years. They should have eaten a little bit of the bad stuff and gone along. And I know that's not a popular opinion, because I know conservatives love to pound their fists into their palm and say we want everything we want, and they promised to repeal and now they broke their promise. I get it. But sometimes you just have to play the cards we're dealt. We do not have a strong conservative president. He's a strong president, but he's not a strong conservative. And we should have gone with his conservative instincts while they were in place. And I do fear, I think what you said is absolutely true. There's not going to be a lot of help from the Democrats. That's the one thing in conservatives' favor right now, is that Chuck Schumer has basically lost his mind about this, and he's not going to negotiate at all.
Well, and the other point too about the Freedom Caucus is, you say there would have been more give to the Freedom Caucus with some of their other demands. There was some give, but let's say there was more, even things that I agree with in terms of the Freedom Caucus's list of demands. Well, then what happens when it goes over to the Senate and you've got a 2-vote margin and you've got to deal with the likes of Susan Collins and other weak sisters in the in the Senate GOP caucus? I mean, it just seems to me a bit of wistfulness about the composition of the Senate caucus, much less of the House caucus.
That's right. I mean, conservatives love to hate the Speaker of the House. We used to hate John Boehner. Now we hate Paul Ryan. But the Speaker of the House has this terrible, terrible job of herding cats. He's got this thing he's got to do where you forget that the Freedom Caucus is one bookend that he's up against, but just like you said, the bookend of the moderates and the liberal Republicans is on the other side. So every time he gave something to the Freedom Caucus to win their votes, he was losing votes on the moderate side, and as you say, losing support in the Senate. So it's a real question. The Freedom Caucus has not shown itself capable of governing yet. Well, has not shown themselves capable of compromising governing.
And the question is, with Trump saying I'm moving on, but still firing tweets in their direction as of last night, is he indicating a turn, or is he just trying to soften them up for the next thing, as you mentioned, tax reform, infrastructure bill? Basically, while there is some still movement afoot on Obamacare replacement, but he can't have them be holdouts again on tax reform and the infrastructure bill, particularly if he wants to combine the two. And maybe this is just his way of trying to say, hey, let's, you want to go to war, we're going to go to war. So you got me on that one. You better be with me on the next one.
I think there's an element to that because, as I say, I don't think he's going to find much support from Democrats yet. I think he's slapping the Freedom Caucus around a little bit. But it's a danger that he will ultimately do it. There is an opening here. I mean, look, eventually Americans are going to want some kind of health provision for people who can't afford health care, right? There's going to have to be some kind of health care provision for the poor. And then we've always had that, and we're going to have to improve it and all that stuff. And that's an opening for the Democrats if they want to take it. Right now, I just don't think that's going to happen. So, yes, I think that Trump is basically playing politics with the right. But ultimately, some of these leftists are going to realize that they have kind of a friend in Donald Trump on some issues, and they're just not going to look very good if all they do is say no for 4 years. It's not going to work. They're not going to get him impeached. There's not going to be a big Russia scandal. They're going to have to learn that this is the president they have. And when Democrats figure that out, then the Republicans are going to be in big trouble.
The next interesting development will be per Attorney General Sessions' pronouncement yesterday on sanctuary city funding, at least from the Department of Justice. We'll see if other agencies follow suit, but this should be an issue that unifies Republicans. And the question is, Republicans that maybe represent cities with a number of states with a number of sanctuary cities in the Senate side. If you're a suburban, urban Republican member of Congress, maybe you get some pushback from local officials about their stream of federal funding for this and for that. But this seems to me like an opportunity to start to turn the story away from what happened last week and onto other issues where there should be more unity. And and where you've got popular opinion decidedly on the side of Republicans.
Absolutely, and Trump is doing. Trump is showing himself to be pretty darn competent at some of the things he's doing. He's rolling back regulations. He has appointed a great team. He's got a great Supreme Court justice in there, and so there's a lot of positive stuff that he's doing. But he does need to get his party in line to keep him in line with his party. And yes, you're right. I think that the sanctuary cities is a good issue because it's not really an issue about immigrants. It's an issue about the rule of law, and I think most people can see that. I think he's got a lot of good issues like that. And what I like as a conservative, what kind of warms my heart, is that he's put the Democrats into the position of having to defend states' rights.
Yes, that's right. Yes, rediscovering federalism, yes.
They're rediscovering federalism. So when one side is fighting for the rule of law and the other side is fighting for federalism, I'm a happy camper because whoever wins, conservatism and Americanism win. And so that's a really positive thing. I think there's a lot of positive things coming out of this White House. I think the press coverage of it has been obscenely biased and absurd. I think this whole idea that Trump is Hitler, it really took a hit in a way because when you look at what's happening in the government is working great. The checks and balances are in place.
Yeah, right.
Judges are fighting back. States are fighting back. The government is really working well, and I think it's very heartening. I don't think that was true during the Obama administration because the press was so on Obama's side that he could get away with almost anything. So it's another reason why we should only elect Republicans because the press cover them in a hostile way, which is good for government.
Right. Turns out he's not much of a despot, that Donald Trump. Here's something else, though, too. I mean, you've written award-winning fiction, Hollywood movies like True Crime, or your book, the Hollywood movie, the Eastwood movie that was based on your book. What about this Russian spy novel that's unfolding before our eyes? How do you suss out the respective accusations going back and forth between Trump surveillance, Trump associate surveillance, and Russian collusion?
Well, I have several rules about the way that the left-wing media, which is most of our news media, cover news stories. And one of those rules is that when there's a scandal on the left, when there's a scandal on the right, the news is the scandal. When there's a scandal on the left, the news is how did you get that information?
That's pretty good. Yeah.
It always works. So what you have is there's all this illegal wiretapping, all this illegally released names of people's names unmasked. The press just reports that, the great scandal is that Trump is somehow in league with the Russians, which I think is nonsense, by the way. But that's the scandal. When Devin Nunes goes out and he finds evidence that, in fact, Obama misused intelligence information, then the scandal is how did Devin Nunes get that information, and did he violate the law in doing so? So the scandal is always somehow turns out to be a right-wing scandal. But in fact, I think that the only law that we know has been broken is the unmasking of Michael Flynn's name in a wiretap, and I think that the Obama people in their former administration could be on the verge of a big scandal. It sounds to me like they abused intelligence operations, and if they did it in a legal way, it was just barely legal by spreading the information around so much that they knew it would get leaked at some point, which is barely legal on their point, but somewhere along the line, somebody unmasked Michael Flynn's name and probably some other names, and there could be a real backlash against that. I mean, that is really, that's something Obama abused the government a lot. He abused the IRS, he abused the Justice Department, and if he was abusing intelligence gathering, that's really bad. And I don't think a make-believe scandal about, Trump being a Russian spy is going to top that. I think people are going to really be interested if Obama was listening in on the phone calls of his opposition.
Yeah, I like the Klavan rule on how the media covers scandal, too. I'm going to adopt that. He is Andrew Klavan, screenwriter, essayist, author of The Great Good Thing, A Secular Jew Comes to Faith in Christ. Andrew, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's a real pleasure. Bye-bye.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Spring is here. The birds, the bees, and seasonal allergies. The last thing you need is a pillow you're allergic to. And yes, MyPillow is hypoallergenic. A good night's sleep is so important to our health. For April, you'll receive the 50% discount on a MyPillow 4-pack. That's 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows. With MyPillow, you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need, regardless of sleep position. You'll get into deep sleep faster and stay there longer. No waking up to a stiff neck or headache. Our good friend Mike Lindell manufactures them in the good old USA. What's great is you can wash and dry your MyPillow, and of course, you'll get the 10-year warranty with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Get 50% off the 4-pack by calling 800-489-0201 and use the promo code Amy. Or visit MyPillow.com. That's 800-489-0201, promo code Amy.
You need to switch your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile was founded to support conservative causes while providing the same great nationwide cell phone coverage that you're already used to enjoying. Patriot Mobile allows you to donate up to 5% of your monthly bill to the conservative organization of your choice at no extra cost to you. Do what I'm doing. Do like me. Switch to Patriot Mobile and support the conservative agenda. Switch today and get a free iPhone with a $50 unlimited talk, text, and data plan, or a free Galaxy phone with a $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan. They will also buy out your current contract up to $500 per line. There's no catch. Call 800-A-PATRIOT, and Patriot Mobile will even waive your activation fee with promo code Joe. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Joe.
You're never too old to learn something new, especially when it concerns your golden years. Join North Shore Capital Group at their retirement educational classes held at local colleges in your community. Each class is an interactive workshop that's held over 2 sessions and includes a workbook for you to keep and follow. Instructor Victor Rigoni will provide you with the tools and guidance to help you reach your personal finance retirement goals. At the end of the full class, you'll receive an opportunity to book an independent complimentary consultation so that you can implement a proper retirement strategy. It's never too late to educate yourself about retirement. Call Colleen to book your class, 847-735-9200. That's 847-735-9200. North Shore Capital Group Incorporated, an independent firm with securities offered through Summit Brokerage Services, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, and advisory services offered through Summit Financial Group, Inc., a registered investment advisor. 847-735-9200, 250 East Illinois Road, Suite 201, Lake Forest, Illinois, 60045.
War, poverty, and disaster have left millions of children around the world orphaned, abandoned, alone. When their parents can't be there, SOS Children's Villages is there. SOS Children's Villages is the world's largest nonprofit for orphaned and abandoned children. In 134 countries, including the U.S., SOS Children's Villages provides vulnerable children with a loving and stable family, medical care, and an education. Children in crisis are counting on you. To make a difference in the life of a child, go to sos-usa.org.
You know what scares most people? Spiders, heights, public speaking. You know what scares me? Unused inventory. I find the prospect terrifying. Got goosebumps just thinking about it. That's why we use Grainger. Grainger's inventory management solutions make sure our facility has exactly what we need when we need it. No overstock, no understock, no goosebumps. When it comes to inventory management, Grainger's got your back. Call clickgrainger.com or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. College campuses are places of quote-unquote emotional coddling and quote-unquote intellectual impoverishment, so wrote leftist New York Times columnist Frank Bruni. The student protesters couldn't look at me directly because if they had, they would have seen another human being, wrote Middlebury College professor Allison Stanger, a self-identified liberal, who suffered a concussion as a result of being assaulted by leftist students protesting the presence of eminent sociologist Dr. Charles Murray on campus. At Middlebury, Stanger was mugged by the reality, quite literally, that there is no safe space for dissent from the established campus orthodoxy. In her description of the violence, Stanger offers the cliched contention that we are at a boiling point. Are we? Were we at a boiling point during the Obama presidency? Or is it more accurate to say that thuggery is what leftist students have been taught since the 1960s by the Che Guevara set in academia and subsequently learned to use alternatively in collaboration with them or against them to extract what they want?
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. The storm season is here. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for sudden damage and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for tuning in today. Keith, producer, Justin, tech producer, Mike Scott, keeping us updated on all the goings-on in the world. We'll be back tomorrow starting at 5 a.m. from scenic Palatine, Illinois, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour from Morky's Chocolates. Yum. Now let's turn it over to Mike Scott for those headlines.
Dan, a man shot by an ICE agent on Chicago's northwest side, and Aurora man convicted in the murder of his ex-girlfriend. Top Democrat is fearing no budget until 2019 for the state of Illinois. Cubs make the list of craziest ballpark food. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
All right, you're good to go.
Oh, yeah, okay. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy, Chicago FOP President Dean Angelo meets with Trump to talk Chicago violence. That Chicago, what do we do? That's Chicago's Morning Answer, 5. Chicago's Morning. Or okay. Wait, we'll talk to Dean Angelo. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy, we'll talk to FOP President Dean Angelo about his meeting with President Trump on Chicago violence. That's coming up next with Dan and... that's coming up with Dan... It all starts at 5 a.m. Dan and Amy, AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Got everything in there.
Yeah. All the alphabet soup of silliness. What about getting that jewelry billboard that I saw that chick on CNN or something today?
Oh, okay.
The jewelry store in Charlotte.
Okay.